Greetings and good time zone. I hope people are doing well today. I am going to get straight back into this because I want to play. Wait. Okay, that's a bit weird. Yeah, it keeps trying to give me an achievement that I definitely don't have whenever I load the game up or continue the game. Where were we? We just killed this thing, which I don't understand how this thing worked. I don't know how it got reactions or anything. I do want to loot everything though. Blade shard. A blade made from a mysterious metal that shimmers with unnatural colours. Gloves of endurance. Whenever the wearer of these gloves gets an injury or falls unconscious in combat, their allies gain +1 bonus to damage. Requires iconoclast. That's me! Each heroic act used in battle increases the wearer's dodge by +20% until the end of combat. Ooh. Select it all. Then I'm getting a fancy cape. Oh, it's got a skull. Oh, that's awesome. I just wish it was the same colour as what it says it is. Hang on, I could change the colour scheme though. But it doesn't change the colour scheme of the cape. Okay. And then I guess you're the one most likely to go down right now because you're the tank. Hi Harem Sam. Welcome in. Yeah, it's such a good game so far. I'm on my 3rd day, so I'm like 8 hours in. And I can't wait to play more. I wish I could, but unfortunately work interrupts. But I am also the type of person that will explore everything that I can as well. So it will take probably a little bit longer. You're at the same point. Well, if you don't mind spoilers. Although you might be playing along at the same time. Okay.
I always have a backup plan.
Oh yeah, they went over here. I like how everyone's...
He's dead. He sacrificed himself to save the entire dynasty.
Old man, he was never going to make it. He was mutating right in front of us. You just ended his suffering sooner.
I just wish there was more voice acting in certain places. Like Theodora not being voice acted at all seemed a strange thing. Yet at one point there was a random overseer that was voice acted. It's like, why? And then this, they literally just voice acted a part, and now we're going to this where they're not. Ravor, Master Helmsman, Systems Report, Systems Status Report. By the Emperor. It's the Seneschal, living and breathing. The white-haired man with sickly pale skin salutes you. Well, there's a tricky question. The whole place is so overgrown with foul wickedry, we'll be scribbling it off the vid screens for throne knows how long. How did you people survive in here? The man glances around the bridge. Must have been Providence. It better have been the Emperor's, not someone else's. When they barged in here, the ones with the Master of Whispers, some officers charged them, but it wasn't even a fight. I grabbed whoever I could and dragged them behind the cogitators. Then I prayed for our rescue. We need to re-establish contact with the Navigator's Sanctum. It is our only chance of escaping from the warp. I never played the beta, but it was on purpose. I didn't want to spoil myself out of anything. It was the same when I played Baldur's Gate 3. I didn't do any of the early access stuff at all. I am enjoying this immensely, except for some slight little bits of clarity that I would love them to add, but they can always patch that in. The voice acting, I would love more of it, but I think that's just because Baldur's Gate 3 spoiled us so heavily with the amount of voice acting they put in it. Everything's going to be compared to Baldur's Gate 3, and it seems rather unfair, but I think game dev studios should take a lot from that and help improve wherever they can. If one game can do it, all games can strive to do it, even if they don't pull it off perfectly. Your words seem to knock the officers out of their stupor, and the air around you fills with voices and commands being issued. You hear someone sobbing, one of the survivors buckling under the stress. Abelard cuffs the crying officer without even looking. Restore the Vox channel to the navigator's sanctum, ready the crew, prepare the translation to real space. Abelard pauses for a few seconds before turning to you. Zera, you may call me superstitious, but translation is not a good time to disregard rules. You are the only one who speaks for House von Valancius. You may not be Lord Captain, but you, more than anyone else, deserve to take her place in the ritual that is about to commence. He directs your attention upward, to the throne that sits at the apex of the tall staircase. Yeah, Pathfinder was a mix of voice acted and not voice acted. As a streamer in particular, it's like, when do I need to talk? Or I'll start reading a line and then they'll talk and I'm like, okay, I'll shut up. What must I do? Take the Lord Captain's seat, order the final preparations, wait for the officers to report. Bah, blast it all to the void. Translation is a craft, not something to be explained in a tick. Just go up to the throne, Master Zera. These people are about to do the impossible. The least they deserve is the solace of seeing a figure sitting in the usual spot. Please hurry. Every second we waste is a terrible risk. I am familiar with some of it, not a lot of it. Like, I do like a lot of aspects of it. I did play Dark Heresy in the TTRPG form, so I know some of the rule set as well for Rogue Trader, kinda. I'm not like a die-hard nerd when it comes to Warhammer 40k, but I love the universe of it. I'm ready. Begin the ritual. Slowly begin the ritual. We're not in any rush or anything. Just saunter about. Yeah, I'm familiar with some of it, just not all of it. Like, I will get certain references. Oh, this is good. Yay, more warp hallucinatory images. The image before you is hazy, swaying in sorcerous currents invisible to mortal eyes, as if whatever is beneath this thin shell is constantly changing while still remaining the same. It has taken on the guise of Theodora, but the false rogue trader's eyes reveal the entity's true surreal nature. One of Theodora's eyes is engulfed in otherworldly fire, the other, a vessel of ancient evil, bores into you. A voice seeps directly into your brain without ever reaching your ears, and this voice booms with all the horrors of the war. Yeah, I've seen some of those lore videos as well. It's like, it's understandable how much lore there is and probably rewrites to it as well. But it's definitely gonna be something I may do at some point again. Like, I watch certain factions being explained, all the different factions of the Imperium as well, like the Adeptus Mechanicus, Adeptus Sororitas, Astartes, all the different factions of Astartes. It's all really good, and then you get the aliens. Tyranids, Tau, Necrons, all the forces of chaos, which technically some of them are part of the Astartes, or were, until the Horus Heresy. Orcs, all the Eldar, the Dark Eldar. It's going to be so good. Because it leaves this open, because we're a rogue trader, it leaves us open to encountering literally all of them. Who are you to oppose destiny itself for the sake of lives that are not your own? So many threads stretch between you and other creatures of your world. Pitiful, worthless links, ready to shatter at the slightest touch. A muddled, erratic, pointless tangle. It resonates and merges with the voices that have already dug their foul roots into your consciousness. A moment later, you realize that all these voices are the myriad manifestations of the same call that has finally invaded your mind. The only thing that I wish I could have done in character creation was be a tech priest. Like, I'm a Forge World operative. I want to be a tech priest. I want mecha dendrites, I want servo skulls, I want auspexes, I want everything. Okay. You are to blame for Theodora's death? The vision lets out a cawing laugh. I am the beginning and the end, and all that courses in between. I am the voice of the truth that is destined to triumph. For this triumph is the terminal point of every twisted maze of fate. Oh, now it's Kunrad. I don't think you can be a tech priest. It didn't look to be an option. Maybe later. I would love it if I could. Your head begins to spin and vicious drops slither down your cheeks. You blink, and you are no longer looking at Theodora. It is the traitor Voitvia, just as fluid and ephemeral as the previous apparition. The same terrifying voice seethes from his lips. The aspirant vowed to return with a trophy, a relic that could serve the edge of daybreak. That fate was assured and the steps chosen, and yet you broke the unbreakable when you took the aspirant's place. I see you, on the day when the final dawn rises over the Iron World. I see you by my side on that day, on the day of my resurrection. Yeah, I love all of their features and talents, like you kill, you take the place of them, you do this, you serve. I'm a Forge World, because I wanted to be a tech priest, but it wasn't allowed, operative, that just debuffs, kinda, to allow me to do more damage and stuff, or debuffs the enemies. The thing that I like the most in this system that they've done is the fact that they have a tactical phase before combat actually starts, so I can reposition my squishy character away from the front line, because that's one thing I hate in CRPGs in particular. I'm always at the head of talking, so I'm going to be the first to get hit. The image is scattered by invisible sorcerous winds, and you see Adira, her eyes aglow with the same sinister flame. Your image is woven into the tapestry of things to come. I am the will of the weaver of destinies, and today I will weave a new thread of elusive possibilities and fickle chances, the thread that will lead you out of the maw of irreversibility. The thread that will help you find the keys to salvation, the thread that will guide you in the weapon of our return to me. A cavalcade of hazy glimpses of a future yet unknown passes before your eyes. A flash of crimson, purple, #purple gang. The images replace one another in a violent kaleidoscope without ever letting you get a proper look at them. Through the rippling mirage you see a twisted image of Abelard, the loyal seneschal of the dynasty. The path is set, child of the dawn, the thread is woven. Follow it, servant of mine. Ravor turns around and looks up at you. He hesitates for a few moments, then addresses Abelard, who is standing next to you. Seneschal, the navigator's sanctum is silent. The Vox signal is stable, which means... Abelard nods absent-mindedly. The navigator gave his life battling the storm that nearly claimed the von Valancius flagship. We will honour his memory along with that of all who died this day. Ravor does not look away. He is giving you a hard stare, his white brows furrowed. He has a cool avatar. Seneschal, will you tell us now? Who is that? Where's the Lord Captain?
As First Officer, it is my duty to inform you with the greatest regret and indelible sorrow that Lord Captain Theodora von Valancius is dead. May her memory never fade from the annals of the dynasty.
Like, we're in the middle of this conversation. He's already spoken once, but now it's voice acted. It always seems really jarring to me. But you really like more than Pathfinder. The decisions you make, bad or good, are always viable since, yeah, 40k is extremely dark and no one is actually good. Yeah. Someone described 40k in the best terms possible, and it's in the beginning there was the universe, and then life was created, and the universe took offense to that and made it everyone else's problem. Yeah, I always don't like CRPGs when it's a good campaign, but you want to be evil. If done right, like Wrath of the Righteous did a better job of it, in my opinion, than Kingmaker. And Baldur's Gate 3, from what I've seen, does such a good job of letting you be evil if you want to be evil. It's always such a pity because good seems to be what the campaign wants. And sometimes, but they give you evil options, like, yes, you can be evil. Probably won't do very much for you, make things more difficult.
By right of blood succession, and with the absence of other kin who could challenge this decision.
I'm sorry, I am not going to refuse. I was previously a crime lord. Say nothing.
It is hereby declared that the successor to Theodora von Valancius is her heir, the rightful inheritor of the warrant of trade, and the title of Rogue Trader. The official ascension ceremony will be held at a later time. In the interim... have you lost your tongues? Hail your lord. It is because of his toils that we all still live.
We all got knocked unconscious in that last battle, if you remember, Abelard. Maybe you don't remember, actually. You got hit pretty hard.
The deed is done, Master. My apologies. I meant to say Lord Captain.
Yes. How you always scorned me for not saying Lady Theodora. Or Lord Captain. How the terms have tabled.
The treachery of the Master of Whispers was fruitless, but victory came at a great cost. Lord Captain Theodora von Valancius perished along with her heir Edelthrad, and thousands of crew members. Yet hope remained. For the second in line to the Rogue Trader dynasty survived, and through the strength of his resolve, saved those who were counting on him for protection.
Yeah, Baldur's Gate was so good. I started off wanting to be evil.
Bah, Bapanada.
Ah, Bapanada. Hi, FLC. How are you? I hope you're doing well today. I started off wanting to be an evil Oathbreaker paladin, and then I met Karlach and changed my ways. Okay, so you're not talking this time. Deep shadows of wariness can be seen on Abelard's face. Though the old officer's eyes are keen, they rake over you from head to toe. He frowns, mutters something, then nods to himself. Well then, your lordship? You cannot help but notice that the seneschal does not know how to talk to you or where to begin. His hesitation brings an involuntary smirk to your face, as though someone else entirely is gloating at the old officer's confusion. Seeing your smile, Abelard pulls himself together. You must now hold your first officer's briefing in your new role as Lord Captain. For many of those who are about to join us on the bridge, this will also be their first briefing. We sustained massive losses among the senior and middle-ranking officers. Some posts have had to be filled by the deputy's deputy, while while others go unfilled entirely. And now the deck clans are deciding who will take over the leaderless crews. If it's much longer than Owlcat games, I'm all for it. I spent so much time in Kingmaker and Wrath of the Righteous. My guess is that they wanted to get the game out as well in a timely fashion, and voice acting would add a lot to it, as well as the download as well. Even though MP3 exists. Thank God it's not on WAV files. But again, we've been spoiled so much with BG3, and it deserves all the success it's got for all the little things that it did right to help make the world feel so goddamn alive. The timing is pretty bad, but at the same time, everyone's loving CRPGs right now because of Baldur's Gate 3. So you will want to release a game within a year at least of that. They're probably wanting to just get along with some of the hype and earn money off of it. I would love if what FLC says, if they add a voice acting patch later, but I think they wanted to just hop on the hype at the moment, which makes total sense, and I don't see how it's wrong for them to do that. If the game is polished enough and they can patch it later, they're going to get a lot of sales just from the hype of BG3, because everyone's like, I need more CRPGs. Or the new people to the genre entirely are like, oh, I love Baldur's Gate 3, what else is out there? Grim dark gothic future? Oh yeah, dystopian universe? I'm gonna love this. And they might be slightly disappointed, but if they can patch it, bearing in mind Kingmaker, terrible on release, but it's what earned Owlcat its fans because of how they turned it around. Kind of like what happened with No Man's Sky as well. But if this sells well, then they could patch it to add more voice acting, which would be great, because I would definitely want to do another playthrough, because I definitely need to do more playthroughs of all the CRPGs, which will include a definitely evil run of Baldur's Gate 3, and I'm going to have to kill Karlach and feel bad about myself. How did we come to lose so many officers? It appears the heretics were deliberately targeting the vessel's command. They knew exactly whom they were looking for and where they could be found, which is unsurprising given that their informant on board was our own Master of Whispers, Abelard Grimaces. There's also, funnily enough, another reason why they might want to really release it so soon to get potentially more people into the genre. And it's called Henry Cavill. The amount of free press that he gave the 40k universe. I was like, what's your favourite game? Warhammer 40,000. Okay. What's that? Oh, let's go and Google it. Oh, they've got a game coming out. I should try it. What is on the agenda for this meeting? Reports on the condition of the ship and crew. Reports on the condition of the ship and crew. The Lord Captain is not usually drawn away from her important affairs to attend such routine briefings, but this is a unique situation. I am still receiving updates from across the ship, and they are not encouraging. Getting this bird to fly could take a gargantuan effort, even so far as you personally negotiating with the authorities of the system we are currently in. So prepare to hear a bevy of complaints and excuses, your lordship. Take this opportunity to get a good look at the officers who work 6 decks away from the bridge, and they in turn will have the honour of beholding the visage of their Lord Commander. Have you succeeded in tracking down Voitvia? Abelard grits his teeth. No, Lord Captain. In all the commotion, his trail went cold. Our people are still on the hunt for him, and any mutineers who may still be skulking in the ship's many corridors. But frankly, I would not be surprised to hear that we are now 1 shuttle short. I'm afraid that it will be some time before he answers for all that he has wrought. Isn't like the population of this ship 26,000 or something? Well, it's probably a lot less now because of all the fighting, and in general all the fighting anyway. I do not wish to be the rogue... No, I definitely wish to be the rogue trader. Hell, you're giving me this warrant of trade? I'm a crime lord. I'm taking all the power I can get. I'm ready to start the briefing. Summon the officers. With a gesture, Abelard relays the order to the adjutants at the far end of the magnificent chamber. Consumables? Well, this is a great thing to pop up now in the middle of a cutscene. And it's gone. A dozen pairs of eyes bore into you, the expressions revealing restraint, joy, curiosity, and wariness. Attention officers, you have been granted an honour. Lord Captain Zera von Valancius will personally conduct today's briefing. Our most gracious Lord Captain is ready to hear your reports. Jesus. Yeah, I'm not going to be that. I'm going to be cold, calculated. I have very high intelligence. I'm not going to be bored by everything. Perhaps you would introduce those present, Abelard. As you wish, your lordship. Abelard points to a tall, slender woman whose body seems to contain as many implants as it does flesh. Vigdis Suri Otter of the Tolliman line, our new Vox Master. Okay. Look, Tech Priest. I want to be one. It is an honour to serve your lordship. The Vox Master offers a deep bow. God damn, I love the artwork for 40k. It's just like, how can we make this look as brutal as possible but still be okay? Aboard this vessel you have at your command thousands of crew members and hundreds of officers and section chiefs. I'm responsible for receiving, processing and sending all communications between you and them, as well as external sources. I'm your eyes and mouth, Lord Captain. Beside her is Ravar, the Master Helmsman. He steers our ship along the course set by the Lord Captain and monitors the void around us, to ensure that we do not stray into an asteroid field or a pirate trap. I would prefer this. They have loot. Sorry, booty. The bearded man with the pale, almost transparent skin, large dark circles under his eyes, and our and a dour expression that seems hardwired into his face, gives a sullen nod. "Hail, Lord Captain. This here ship's as good as home to me, so rest assured she's in safe hands. I'll die before I let her come to any grief. How about you don't die and kill the enemies?" And lastly, our High Factorum Janris Danrock, who oversees supplies, procurement, and the general material well-being of the ship. Dressed in an embroidered jacket, the heavy-set man with oiled hair offers an obsequious smile and bows. "It is an honor, your lordship. You may trust me with all matters concerning your comfort. Everything will be done to the highest standard." In the second row, we have the 3 officers charged with overseeing the ship's vital functions. The Master of Ordnance is responsible for the artillery aboard, the Infernus Master, whose crew work to prevent and extinguish fires on the ship, and lastly, the Drives Master, servant of the Omnisire. You're gonna be my favourite. It's funny though, if I had to choose 2 factions that I really liked in 40k, because there's so many of them, the Tech Priests are probably my favourite on the side of quote-unquote good, whereas Chaos, especially Khorne, is the one on the quote-unquote evil side. I love just the berserker attitude. I don't have an abo alert. What do you mean an abo alert? I should do. You have to share that you've subbed as well. That's how the API picks it up, as far as I know. So if you refresh, but thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. I really, really do. So if you refresh and share, I think it should work, because that's how my bot detects it. The 3 officers salute you. The Infernus Master does so with confidence, while the Master of Ordnance betrays nervousness. The Drives Master offers a salute resembling a dance, involving the complicated manipulation of all the Tech Priests' mechadendrites. There we go. I thank you for the sub. I appreciate it. My love for you is like a truck, berserker. Yay, FLC. Is that everyone? Unfortunately, our choir master, the esteemed Zachary Weiss, head of the Astropath section, is unable to join us. He is in charge of communications with distant star systems. Master Weiss has been in a trance for some time now, attempting to contact other planets in the von Valancius Protectorate and inform them of Lady Theodora's passing and Kunrad Voitvier's treachery. I will deliver a report to your lordship on the Astropath's progress as soon as it is possible to do so. I will say that I will be changing my sub-alert eventually. I've put in a commission to the emote artist that I use. She's just very busy and kind of sick at the moment. But I have a plan for a sub-animation that I can't wait to show off when it's done. As well as also commissioning actual panel images for below the stream to make it all get a little bit more professional. It's just busy time of year. Artist is kind of sick at the moment, so we just have to be patient, and that's something I can do. All others present are adjutants, secretaries, and deputies. They are here to make a record of proceedings. Drives Master, I will hear from you now, my new favourite. Yes, looking professional in this economy. I'm trying FLC, it's just costing. Ziratala. Just gonna say that your name is almost like mine, so you are my new favorite. A voice distorted by a Vox retranslator emerges from under the tech priest's scarlet hood. I'm not going to do voice acting myself because I don't talk a lot in real life anyway, and streaming kind of ruins my voice at times, so to put in when I'm more comfortable I probably will, even after the fact that I've been streaming for a year now almost. I probably will do more voice acting because I love doing voices. What would add so much more to this kind of game for you, Harum Sam? Lord Captain, the foes that set upon this noble void ship destroyed the repositories of hundreds of machine spirits. The great warp engine entrusted into my charge is unharmed, thank the Omnisire, but its spirit mourns its dead brethren. We have not yet identified a prayer protocol capable of assuaging its sorrow and anger. If they give you a variety of actual names they call you by, yeah, that could be good. Kind of like how some games are adopting the pronoun thing, which is a good thing. Anyone who disagrees, it's like, why? It's not hurting anyone. In fact, it's helping other people that want to be identified. With great sorrow, I must also report that the Engineer Prime, overseer and spiritual authority of all tech priests on board, fell in battle. The Magos was betrayed by the little flesh that remained part of him. A most terrible loss. There is no one among my comrades aboard whose experience and comprehension of the sacred protocols equals that of the fallen Magos. We require a replacement as soon as possible. Would someone care to translate the esteemed Drives Master's words? I see, thank you. The tech priest bows her head. Okay. I want the ordnance next. Wait. Yeah, ordnance. There's 6 of them. Helmsman, ordnance, fire, high factotum. What were you again? You were like the astropath stuff, I think. Master of Ordnance, do you have anything to report? Wait, is this all in order? Or will it give me something else? I'm going to do it in order. I wish to hear the Infernus Master's report. Yes, Lord Captain. The tall young man bows his head in deference. I can report that all fires across all decks have now been extinguished. The preliminary damage assessment in terms of material losses and crew casualties has been completed. The results have been submitted to the Seneschal and the High Factotum. The post passed to him after the previous Infernus Master and his next 3 deputies expired in the line of duty. Abelard remarks in a low voice pitched for your ears only. The lad is managing well so far. He can take the heat, so to speak. High Factotum, what have you to report? We are toiling day and night to compile a full account of the losses. The task will require next to no involvement from your lordship. I will personally ensure that all damaged components are given into the tech priest's hands for attention, and that all lost supplies are replaced. There is only one resource that I cannot replenish single-handedly, and that is people. We have lost more than 2,000 crew members, and unfortunately this number is not confined to the scum from the lower decks, which are easily replaced, but also include trained professionals. We will be able to make up our losses on the nearest planet, Rykad Minoris. However, the whole system in fact, belongs to the Winterscale Rogue Trader dynasty. We cannot simply begin recruiting on the planet without first coming to an understanding with the governor. In that respect, I am powerless. Negotiations at this level are a matter for the rogue trader. Great. Especially true given Caligos Winterscale's penchant for attacking first and asking questions later, and the kind of thick-skulled thugs he usually installs as governors on his planets. Rumbles Abelard, frowning. Master Helmsman, deliver your status report. Right you are, Lord Captain. To cut a long story short, the outlook is bleak. The ship's sound, more or less, but without our Engineer Prime and Navigator who fell in battle, we have no way out of the system. If we try to set so much as a toe inside the warp, I don't know what'll happen first. Our warp drive being torn to pieces, or all of us melting into the bulkheads. Yep. Basically, if you've ever seen Event Horizon, it's pretty much the warp. I love also the fact that there's not really conspiracy theory, but there's a fan theory, that's the idea. That's the name. A fan theory that the Event Horizon movie takes place in the Warhammer 40k universe. Your Lordship, if you will allow me to interject, when we arrived in this system, my crew followed standard protocols and conducted a count of all the available communication channels in the region. One of them was a Navis Nobilite station. The station maintains complete Vox silence, but even its presence here inspires hope. To have located a navigator in the very same system is an incredible stroke of luck, a true blessing from the God Emperor. An ancient organization of noble mutant families whose genes allow them to safely guide warp-capable void ships through the Immaterium. This is one thing I love about the games that Owlcat puts out. You can hover over text and get more lore and information about them. The movie, The Event Horizon, it's a horror movie and it's so good. A sharp bolt of pain lances through your skull as if in response to what you just heard. You understand that it is not the God Emperor you should thank for such good fortune. The words of the demon that appeared before you during the translation to real space echo in your mind. I am the will of the Weaver of Destinies. I want to say, isn't that Tzeentch? I don't think it's Slanesh, I think it's Tzeentch. And today I will weave a new thread of elusive possibilities and fickle chances, the thread that will lead you out of the maw of irreversibility, the thread that will help you find the keys to salvation. I know it's definitely not Korn or Nurgle. If I were you, I'd grab this chance with both hands, or else you'll soon be eyeing up asteroids to use as your new residence. In slightly less shitty news, we can go round and round this system till our heads are swimming, as long as the Prometheum and supplies last. And if any thick as Grok's shit lowlifes come sniffing around, we'll be able to take them out, so don't you worry on that score. The 2 lines about him. Fair enough. Master of Ordnance, do you have anything to report? The Master of Ordnance gives you a gloomy look. No, my job's simple. Maintain the arsenal and fire where I'm told. But just ask anyone. We've got no able crew. No, Lord Captain. Master of Ordnance, you forget yourself. So what? Comes the officer's hostile and bitter reply. It is as if a dam has burst inside and all his pent-up emotions are rushing out of him. The ship's in ruins, every second officer's dead, and now we've got a green Lord Captain who's supposed to lead us to void knows where. Silence! The bridge's magnificent glass panes seem to tremble under the force of Abelard's roar. Enforcers, seize this mutineer. I found a grenade. This is so funny. Why? You have found a consumable item. Grenades, stimulants, medkits, and other consumables can be placed in quick access slots. To do this, drag it to a highlighted slot. Each consumable item has a certain number of uses, which is indicated in the item's description. As with most actions in combat, using consumable items spends characters' action points. Oh, what? Oh, now it... yeah, Owlcat, this is a bug you need to fix. It's just so... It's jarring, is what I'll say. The things I'm still not seeing through is where Warhammer and 40k meet, like with the demon gods. I think Warhammer and Warhammer 40k you just kind of have to keep separate. Fantasy versus the grimdark future. There will be some overlap, but I think it's just where they want to pick and choose. They might want to keep it separate, kinda, on purpose. On this button up here, I'll do it later. On stream, I think it's just not great, but I'll remember. Abelard grunts, if only one officer out of the whole lot has fallen to pieces, then that's not bad at all. Your lordship, I do humbly apologise on behalf of the entire crew. What would you have us do with the Master of Ordnance? The former Master of Ordnance, I should say. Besides find a replacement, that is, for we already have one lined up. Already. Jesus. Execute him. The thing is, I know they don't take weakness very well, because a sign of weakness means you can turn to heresy. But I am an iconoclast, which is weird because I'm playing it as a crime lord, but one that looks after his people, like your family. So I'm going to go for Iconoclast. Stand down, release him. I have no intention of punishing a man for a moment of weakness, not after the terrible attack we have endured. Abelard stares unblinkingly at the Master of Ordnance. Cease your snivelling. You disgraced yourself and your entire clan. Enough, the hysterics are over, let us resume. I love how Abelard's just like, do this! Then you speak up, okay, do that! The Master of Ordnance stands up, wiping the blood from his broken nose. His face is the picture of shock. What just happened seems to be dawning on him only now, and the knowledge of the fate he so narrowly escaped. To summarise, we have sustained serious losses in crew members and we require a new engine seer prime and navigator. Is this all that is preventing us from continuing the voyage? Precisely, Lord Captain, but bear in mind that this will not be the end of our trials. The ship's systems must be properly inspected for major damage, which can only be carried out at Footfall Station, home to the only dockyard in the sector, but we will never reach Footfall without first resolving these three immediate problems. The funny thing is, with Warhammer and 40k, it could be a bit weird because you don't know which is which. Like there's the 40k timeline, but with the fact that the warp is involved, Warhammer could technically take place after Warhammer 40k. Because the warp just screws it with everything. So it's like, how do they connect it? Do they want to have like a solid timeline of it all? Or do they just want to be like, yeah, the warp's weird shit. We'll go with whatever we want at the moment. It's basically like taking fan fiction and taking the parts that you want and adding it into canon. What can you tell me about the system in which we currently find ourselves? I cede to the Voxmaster on this point, Mistress Tolliman. We are in the Rykad star system, and our voyage here was interrupted by an ad break. So I will wait for this to play out. And I will have a drink, because my throat... You would like the theory of the Imperator being from Warhammer. Read about one line from Magnus where he said the real name of the Imperator would surprise you. It would be a surprise if he's from another universe. Would even match with what you said, that Warhammer takes place after 40k. Yeah, just the warp is weird shit. That's all this takes. Do you want us to explain it? No. It's weird. But yeah, I think just in time in general with the warp and everything, because there's already parts of the lore of 40k at least where the warp, I think, has just interfered with time. Like, wasn't the Tau created because their planet was separated by like a warp bubble or a warp storm that accelerated time? So they got really advanced tech and became annoying as shit. And then you have like all the divination powers that you can get. Anyway, we are back. We are in the Rykad star system, and our voyage here was undertaken on the orders of your lordship's predecessor. There are 3 inhabited bodies in this system, and our attempts to send Vox messages have produced confounding results. The Navis Nobilite station has not simply failed to answer, it seems to be maintaining total Vox silence. However, we did receive a distress signal from the prison planetoid in the system, and Rykad Minoris itself is also not responding to our hails. But what is most alarming is that our augurs have intercepted signals from the surface that seem to indicate ongoing hostilities on the planet. It's a planet, there's always going to be ongoing hostilities. The situation is not very encouraging, but without a navigator, a tech priest and new crew members we won't be able to travel anywhere. Therefore, we must go to the planet and the Navis Nobilite station to find out what in the void is going on. Thank you all for your reports. Dismissed! The assembled officers salute you as one. Your lordship, there is one other thing, a confidential matter of the utmost importance. Lady Theodora, Abelard hesitates. Your eternally esteemed predecessor brought the ship here, to this system, for a reason. She was given a secret commission. You perhaps are wondering who has the authority to commission a rogue trader to do anything, and I shall tell you. The Lord Inquisitor, the hand of the Emperor, the chief architect of his will in the Coronis expanse. The Inquisition. Secret, oh yeah. It doesn't even say who the Lord Inquisitor is, just what the Inquisition is. And the Emperor of Mankind. I know who it is, I've just got to read it. The guide, the ruler, and the higher power to which humanity offers their prayers for aid and deliverance. Most would be driven mad with despair if they knew the truth. Wait. Oh. There's more. Okay. The divine presence who sits on the golden throne of terror in the heart of the Imperium, towering over his willing servants as their rightful master. He is depicted and worshipped in myriad forms by souls beyond counting. Through his Imperium, humankind is united and remains one of the most powerful intelligent species in the galaxy. Wait, what? Why are you only going to give us this much? And then encyclopedia. The Inquisition uses any and all means to exterminate the corruption caused by the forces of chaos, heretics, mutants, or aliens. Any of the Imperium's many fighting forces may be pressed into the service of an Inquisitor. The greater the perceived threat to humanity, the greater are the forces gathered to fight it. I would love all of this here. You want to get a bit further too? Yeah, good luck. I'm enjoying the game immensely. Let's give you a short description, but the rest of the description you'll have to click this button only if you right click this to expand. Which I guess is okay because most people might be like, oh, I'll just read that. That's all it needs to be said. Whereas the other people who want to see everything might just right click. I came across a strange handwritten letter on Theodora's desk. It was signed XC. You are referring to the contents of that note, I presume? Yes, quite right. XC. Xavier Calcazar. Or is it Javier? Probably Xavier. Or Xavier, maybe. Lady Theodora was to seek out the Lord Inquisitor's right-hand man, one Heinrichs van Kalux, an interrogator, you understand. All I know is that he is somewhere in this system, that we must find him and offer him whatever assistance he requires, and then deliver him to Footfall in the Furibundus system. Finding him without any more information to go on will be difficult indeed, but an Inquisitor is an important individual. The authorities in the system, either the Navis Nobilite or the Governor of Rykad Minoris, may know something. You hope there is a real bad companion on the way, like a morally ambiguous companion. There's only one companion that I know in the future because it was in trailers and stuff. And I can't wait because it's one of my favourite factions. Other than like Adeptus Mechanicus and Khorne. Just because of what it depicts. For rogue traders and their agents, Footfall has many uses beyond those of a simple port. They come here to learn about competing interests, find an array of illegal services, gather new recruits, or participate in deadly intrigues. It is also a place where a vessel can take refuge to refit and repair damage. That is all of it, your lordship. You have a great deal of work ahead of you, but it is mere taste of the daily burden of a rogue trader. Soon you must take up the reins of the von Valancius Protectorate. Abelard gives you another scrutinizing look, as if trying to gauge how long you will hold out under this mountain of problems. His face softens slightly, and it seems he is about to offer some words of encouragement. What's going to go wrong now? Hey, Idira and Argenta. Idira, Sister Argenta, explain yourselves. The Sister of Battle grimly nods toward Idira. The Psyker is suffering some ailment, or dark madness. She insisted on seeing the rogue trader. I judged that it would be unwise to leave her unsupervised. For a brief moment, Sister Argenta's voice sounds hesitant. I was also hoping to approach you with a personal request, but it can wait. Speak with me when you have time, rogue trader. Idira's glazed eyes rove over those assembled. One word bursts from her lips. Daybreak. just ignore them completely. If there is nothing else of value to report, I declare this briefing concluded. It is time to get to work. Idira, come to your senses. That's kind of funny. You see kids and talk to them, but the characters for kids were grown-ass men. I hope they changed it. Maybe they added character models, but honestly, in the universe of 40k, I don't see kids actually living. Funnily enough, I imagine just full-grown humans at this point just pop into existence, because kids shouldn't be able to survive this universe at all. Damn it, Idira presses her fingers to her temples in desperation. Your lordship, here's the thing. I was trying to see the immediate future, and it hit me so hard my head is still spinning. Something very strange is heading our way, and I can't make out what it is. No matter how hard I try, a single word is all I can make out. Daybreak. Or maybe it's dawn. And it's ringing and ringing like an echo, like a bell. But if it's daybreak, then why is it so dark? We cannot extract any information of value from a single word. Can you tell us anything else, Mistress Glass? No, not yet anyway. The voices are going berserk, all shouting at once. I can't make sense of any of it. As soon as I know or sense anything, I'll report it, all right? Lord Captain, if you want me to take a closer look into your future, find me on the bridge and we can talk. Lady Theodora was well served by my whispers on many occasions, and I'm sure you would benefit from them as well. The Psyker's bitten lips stretch into a wry smile. If there is nothing else of value to report, I declare this briefing concluded. It is time to get to work. So far, my favourite companion is Argenta. I don't like the whole cleric-y vibe of characters, but Sisters of Battle always seem awesome. Like, always. Seems so good. Now, is there anything I can loot from my own ship? Oh. Everyone's just stood around. Any goods? Any goods? Any goods? At least we've tidied the place up. You wished for Ember to be more like Argenta. I liked Ember. Ember was great. Her entire storyline, if you do it fully and get the best results, are amazing for what happens to Nocticular. Ember could literally talk to God and convince him he doesn't exist. Not that I believe in God, I'm an atheist, but I just love Lord Captain. Oh. Okay. Guess this just leaves, right. So let's go and talk to Argenta, because I'm interested. I just wanted to see what was available and if I could loot anything, because it's very important that I get all of the loot. I have a fancy chair. Hey, Argenta.
Rogue trader.
That's voice acted? One line? 2 words? Sister Argenta looks tired. There are dark circles under her eyes. Her hair is somewhat disheveled and she moves like she's a little on edge. You said you have a personal request for me.
I indeed have a request, Rogue trader.
No, it's not voice acted. Why? Why do you torment me so? Especially because her voice sounds so good. The accursed servants of chaos who assaulted this ship took the lives of your loyal crew members, and they orphaned many children, including the progeny of the brave officers who defended their posts until the bitter end. I don't know what customary practices there are for cases like this in Von Valancia's territory, but in the world I'm familiar with, the children of such brave souls could expect to receive some special consideration. Perhaps the rogue trader could meet with the orphans. Honestly, I would like to meet them in person. It's probably an ambush, but yeah, I'd basically we need people and their future workers. I am a crime lord. Plus, they'll be loyal to me if I meet them, their hero, in person. I will meet with them. No formalities needed. These are the children of people who gave their lives for the Von Valancius dynasty. My consideration is the least that they deserve. I will pass on your instructions. Thank you for taking my request to heart. Basically, I want the people to love me that are my people. The enemies will want to be scared, or will hopefully be scared by the zealous loyalty that my people will have for me as a crime lord. Like, I will treat them fine, but I will torture our enemies. Or we could live by, I'm gonna steal from League of Legends, their law, not Demacia, Noctis have a saying. And I only learned this through one of the videos to do with the law for the MMO is already there video, which is great. But Noctis have a saying, kill them until they are family, because they take over places, but they mostly only kill the leaders and kings who don't fight themselves, and then boil down the crowns and then put all of, well, and mix it with weapons and armor so they can be carried by the people. It's so good. Oh, we're meeting them immediately. Okay, Sister Argenta is one of the blessed Adeptus Sororitas, sometimes colloquially referred to as the Daughters of the Emperor. Furious in both battle and prayer, the young warrior yearns to bring light to the dark corners of the Coronis expanse. Argenta travelled on the void ship of Theodora von Valancius. On the fateful day when the vessel was attacked by the servants of chaos, she joined the future Lord Captain and helped repel the attack. The sister proved herself to be both a dauntless warrior and a reliable comrade in arms, ready to destroy any enemy of humanity. Oh, one of them's clapping for me. Yay! The motley group of adolescents do not take their eyes off you, gazing at you as if you were a creature straight from a fairy tale. Well, no, they're they're not really kids. They've shrunk the models, that's obvious. And it's probably just how it is to make it easier so they don't have to add other models for kids themselves. But they're of, like, I would say teenager height. And they do say adolescents. Our indefatigable sister has been keeping an eye on these pups, Abelard glances at the gathered children. It is hardly the scholar progenium in here, but we have provided the orphans on our ship with adequate care and instruction. A division of the ecclesiarchy responsible for the upbringing, education and training of orphans, of those officers and nobles who have died in the service of the Imperium. Okay. Argenta is standing to the side of the group. At your approach, she perks up and announces, her voice ringing. Brave ones, the master of this ship has appeared before you, the one who guides it through the darkness of the universe by the Emperor's will. Greet your Lord Captain, the rogue trader of House von Valancius. Grandly. Speak to you now. Your parents gave their lives. Da, da, da. Wow. Number 3 is just like, yes, get rid of the riffraff. They've seen me for a minute. That should hold their attention for a lifetime. I don't want to seem too grandiose. I kind of like option 2. I want to seem friendly to them. Just don't piss me off, then you'll see the other side. So yeah, I'm going to go smile at the group. Your Lord Captain greets you, brave ones. The teenagers keep staring at you. A girl who has remained close to Argenta smiles uncertainly. A skinny pale lad tries to throw his shoulders back and stand at attention like a soldier. Only a few teenagers at the far end of the row seem sullen and not particularly impressed. Yeah, it's a phase. One of the scowling visitors with a thin scar across his face tosses his head back and says bitterly, "So what? Why should we care? Our friends and parents died in their dozens for you noble lot, and you just give us speeches?" I didn't give you a speech. I could have given you a speech, but I chose not to. Argenta quickly turns to the boy. A flurry of emotions flashes in her dark eyes, like she wants both to calm him and scold him for his impudence. Jesus Christ. I mean, it is the grimdark future. I am going to listen. If you have things to say them without fear. I will listen. The boy smiles grimly. It doesn't matter what we say, it won't bring our parents back, and it won't change our fates either. We'll keep slaving away on this ship until we drop and die like our folks, or worse. You can still just punish them and just walk off. One or two. Although 3 is pretty damn good. I'm going like a mix of yes, I will listen, but I will also offer you this advice. Oh, I love decisions like this because it really gets me thinking about how I want to play. I just hope the game understands how I want to play. That's the only thing I hope for. I'm going to go for 3. I am a crime lord. I worked my way up. The strong have the power to decide the fate of others. The weak either obey or die. If you seek a different lot in life, boy, save your grumbling and look for an opportunity to rise above the rest. You heard the rogue trader. His words carry the wisdom of the Imperium. It's hard to say whether or not your words have left an impression on the boy, but he nods slowly. Then he catches himself and gives you an awkward bow. Abelard gives a sign and servants immediately emerge carrying packaged treats with Von Valancius emblazoned on the wrappers. It appears that the Seneschal came prepared for any contingency. Pizza party! That's essentially what this is. Hey! 3 claps. Argenta rubs her temple pensively. She smiles and offers a few more words of encouragement, then leaves the boy. Oh, then leaves the bay, sorry. I wonder if you can get them all clapping. Depending on what you do, like if you're very grandiose in your speech and then praise their parents, maybe. That would be fun to maybe replay. Speaking of which, I haven't saved. Oh, it didn't even give me the press any key. Speaking of which, let's just save. Now, where are you? Oh, Voxmaster's here. Abelard's there. Where's Idira? Speak to the Voxmaster. A thin, pale woman stands out among the rest of the crew. There is a thick bundle of cables going out of the back of her skull and disappearing under her ceremonial garment, and you see the grate of a quietly humming vox where her mouth should be. The woman sees you and bows her head in a respectful greeting. How may I serve you, Lord Commander? I don't have enough for that, really. Wait. Oh, maybe I do. Remind me, who are you? What are the Voxmaster's duties? I am the ears and the voice of this void ship. I supervise several dozen officers and 3 times that number of support personnel. We receive, send, encrypt, and decode all incoming and outgoing messages through the ship's internal and external channels, and we also ensure clean communications and the optimal efficiency of the crew's voxcasters. If you ever want to know what worries and concerns your crew are harbouring, what your subjects are whispering about in local networks after their watches, and what their leaders are clamouring about over shortwave vox transmissions, just come and see me. I will satisfy your curiosity. Have the vox spirits brought you anything interesting lately? I would bet if you give them the leash they will clap. Yeah, that's kind of forced, though. I want to let them serve me. Forgive me, Lord Captain, I have no information that would be of interest to you at this moment. Execute this Voxmaster. Why do you look so strange? My appearance comes from my heritage, generation after generation of people who spent their entire lives in the depths of this void ship. Neither we nor our ancestors have ever left our home, but the same can be said about many denizens of the Imperium's million worlds. We are used to the silence of the cosmos and the voices of the ship. There are thousands of us, but we dwell far from the Lord Captain's upper decks and remain unseen. We are the Voidborn. Where does the word Voidborn come from? Because we are the children born in the void between the stars, be it the womb of a travelling vessel, an orbital satellite, or a forgotten asteroid station, low gravity voyages through the warp, and the countless dangers of space travel. Everything others hate and dread is second nature to us. Tell me about the lives of the Voidborn in my crew. To us, the groans, creaks, and murmurs of the ship sound the way babbling brooks and singing birds do to world dwellers. We hear the ship breathe, know what it is feeling and thinking. We are a part of the ship, just like it is a part of us. We perform numerous functions, and there are many officers among our number. Some maintain order and prevent mutiny, others serve as shepherds and support the crew, and some devote themselves to mending the body and spirit of the vessel. Most of the Voidborn are members of large void ship dynasties that bear responsibility for a certain aspect of the ship's life. For 300 years the main branch of the Ptolemon dynasty has produced the ship's Voxmasters, and most of our subordinates come from the cadet houses of the dynasty. How do you find life on the ship? Life has been quite generous to me, Lord Captain. I am the Voxmaster, and only the best in the dynasty can become one. By virtue of my skills and position, no one has ever denied me anything. Our family claims a spacious section for its demesnes. I also enjoy long walks through the narrow and dimly lit corridors of the ship, listening to the sounds of her activity, falling asleep and waking up to the chanting of hymns, and admiring the stars beyond, of course. How do others on the ship treat you? We look, speak, and move differently from the inhabitants of the planetary worlds. Our way of life, traditions, and quirks frighten these people just like the darkness of the cosmos. Many believe us to be the bringers of ill fortune, and alas, it is the Voidborn who get the blame for terrible warp phenomena during longer voyages. Yay! Vigdis hesitates before continuing. Several years ago, an unfortunate warp jump caused all the food on board to spoil. 15 days later, a hungry and furious crew nearly massacred everyone on the lower decks, blaming us for the misfortune and hoping to restock the larders with our flesh. I would have been killed during the mutiny had Idira Talas not shown up in the right place at the right time. She came to my rescue, and the scoundrels' fear of her was even greater than the fear of the Voidborn. Yeah, a Psyker should be feared. They're the ones that the warp is like, okay, let's go and make them do weird shit. Looks like you were close friends with Idira. Webs of tiny wrinkles appear at the corner of Vigdis's eyes that only hint that the Voxmaster is smiling. Aww. The Voidborn seldom make friends, especially among the captain's entourage. But you see, many consider Idira to be different. I'm different too. We've spent plenty of time in each other's company, discussing regicide over a glass of Amasak. What? Oh yeah, it's the tabletop game. It's... I've got to... Aww. Oh, I was hoping to tell us more. Similar to the ancient Terran game of chess. Except Idira changed after one incident and we started to drift apart. The death of Lord Captain Theodora made her withdraw even more. I do not know if Idira considers me her friend now, but we used to be very, very close. It is good I can still look after her in my own way. Hey. Oh. It's a pity perception test. Interpreting the Voxmaster's emotions based on half a face and a Vox-modulated voice is no easy task, but you manage to catch the undercurrent in Vigdis's words. The Voxmaster is not merely saddened by her rift with Adira, she's devastated by it. XP. Have you ever left the ship? So... I think that's the dreadlock hairstyle, not the cables. Oh, I did once, and it was dreadful. It felt like the massive blue dome overhead could shatter at any moment and fall, and my bones would be crushed by the gravity. Vigdis twitches her shoulders, trying to ward off the flood of memories. The ship is my home, Lord Captain, and I would not trade it even for the bounty of 100 worlds. I see. Let us return to business. Yeah, this is probably not going to go well. I am not a Fellowship person, and in fact it's using Abelard's Fellowship, which is awesome. Connect me to the vessel's main channel. I wish to bolster the morale of my crew. Hey. Good. The Voxmaster nods obediently and presses several switches on the device she is holding. It is done, Lord Captain. Continue. You address the crew with a rousing speech and hear your voice roll through the ship, reaching even the normally quiet corners of the vessel. When the broadcast ends, you hear distant sounds of approval. Remind me, who are you? Voxmaster Octavus Vigdis Suri Otter of the Ptolemon dynasty. The current Voxmaster serving aboard your vessel. In accordance with the Seneschal's orders, I assume this duty immediately upon the demise of the esteemed Voxmaster Septimus, who was my grandfather. Definitely continuing on the family business. That will be all for now. I live to serve, Lord Captain. Is Argenta still here? Yes, I want to talk all of the things.
Greetings.
You'll greet me with voice acting, but you won't do anything else. Even in stillness, Sister Argenta radiates energy. With her dark eyes shining and the slight blush to her cheeks, she's reciting a prayer and looks at you only once. Only once she has spoken the final line. Yes. Tell me about the Adeptus Sororitas.
Gladly. There are none more faithful to the God Emperor than my sisters. We fight against his enemies by the will of the Holy Ecclesiarchy. I beg your pardon, rogue trader. Here I am talking about what every lesser noble in the Imperium knows. So what exactly are you interested in hearing about?
Everything. They say the Adeptus Sororitas are the fiercest in their faith among the warriors of the Imperium. Is it true? Yes, it's definitely true.
It is. The Sisters of Battle are a fire lit by the God Emperor. They are the echo of his voice that travels through the dark expanses of the universe. We bring his wrath to heretics, mutants, and other enemies of humanity. We protect the faithful from the unholy and unhallowed. Sometimes with words. More often than not with a bolter.
Yes, typical. We're talking with bullets. I'd say they are probably the fiercest in their faith. But I would maybe say the Adeptus Mechanicus are the most devoted in their faith. Are all sisters truly as faultless as you say?
Even the novices of the Adeptus Sororitas are drawn from among the most worthy. Those who have taken the vows and become a full-fledged sister are the best of the best, tested by trials of body and spirit. Yes, there have been cases when a sister stumbled or showed weakness, but do not expect to hear a story of depravity or downfall from me. Each such occurrence is a great tragedy for us all. Light cannot bear the smallest speck of darkness within. And thus those who have trespassed or shown weakness of spirit are given a chance at redemption. They are called Sisters Repentia, and may the enemy tremble before her, for nothing can stop a sister of battle who yearns to be cleansed of fault and weakness.
Yeah.
Wearing nothing but robes, no armor, eviscerator in hand, those sisters who have once faltered find repentance on the battlefield. Their lives are seldom long, but a death in the name of purgation is a better fate than to live with a shadow in one's soul.
What order are you from?
Once I had completed my novitiate, I was sent to the Calixian branch of the Order of Our Martyred Lady, assigned to the Order's Pronatus. The Order's mission is vital and noble. The Sisters Pronatus protect great relics of the Imperium. We guard them, preserve them, escort them when they are brought onto the battlefield or presented for pilgrims to venerate. And we seek out the relics that have been lost. Neither a coven of heretics nor the most wicked death world can deter Sisters Pronatus when their goal is to return a piece of the great legacy of the Imperium into the hands of the faithful.
You said you belonged to the Calixian branch of your order. What brought you to the Coronis Expanse?
The Order sent me to Footfall. My undertaking was to assist the local priesthood of Drusians in caring for a sacred reliquary that had been there since the time of Parsimist Owain, the station's founder.
Are there any other members of the Adeptus Sororitas in the Coronis Expanse?
None that I'm aware of, but the Sisterhood's orders are many, and can operate independently of one another, sending their sisters wherever their presence is needed as deemed by the Ecclesiarchy. Perhaps somewhere in the Lord Inquisitor's retinue, may his path be blessed, my sisters perform their duty as we speak. I wish it were so. Even a single evening spent in joint prayer and training would bring me joy.
I have no more questions about the Sisterhood.
Should any more arise, keeping them to yourself would be imprudent. It is a virtue to take an interest in holiness.
I'm just taking an interest in everything, so I know what my options are later on. Tell me about yourself.
About me? I am the Emperor's daughter and his servant. What else is there to tell about me?
How did you end up on Theodora's ship?
I first came here when I found myself in need of passage from Footfall to a remote planet. But I imagine what interests you is not that first journey, but rather what brought me aboard prior to the pirate attack. That story is complicated. It just so happened that I made a mistake. In a moment of laxity, I was ambushed by the accursed followers of the archenemy. I was badly wounded. Lady Theodora came to my aid and brought me aboard her ship, while her crew attended to me in my weakened state. It all happened not too long ago. I'd barely recovered from my wounds when the pirates struck. Truly, the servants of evil know no rest. There is no place where we can be safe from their machinations.
What happened to the people who wounded you? Did Theodora's men eliminate them?
Sadly, they did not. Lady Theodora was in a hurry and chose not to stay on the planet. Her people took me to a ship while I was unconscious, and when I came to my senses, we were already flying away. How I pray to come face to face with those heretics once more, and it's bound to happen someday.
Sounds like a quest line that we might do in this game. You mentioned making a mistake.
It happens even to the best of us. My mistakes are my burden to bear. I'll find a way to atone for them.
Where did this happen?
On one of the recently discovered planets in the Expanse. No one suspected that it had already been tainted by the filth of heresy. Had I known it beforehand, of course I would have been on my guard.
We could go to that planet and deal with the Chaos Worshippers.
The path to that planet was lost. All the knowledge is gone, along with the previous navigator. It would take immense effort and resources to rediscover the route. The heir to the von Valancius Protectorate must have plenty of other issues to deal with right now. Perhaps later, when the skies above our heads have cleared.
But they might have loot. I want my loot. What was it like traveling on Theodora's ship?
I hadn't been here that long. Just one journey from Footfall, and the other journey, the majority of which I spent in the confines of the medbay. I can't tell you much about the first voyage. I was more focused on prayers and ruminations than on the people around me, or the journey itself. During the last journey, Seneschal Viserion stood out for me. He came by several times to ask about my health. He's an honorable man and a loyal servant of the Imperium. I think he is as meticulous in his inspections of the logistics systems as he is in his inquiries about the health of the occasional sister of battle aboard the ship. But not all of Theodora's people have earned my trust. You know who I'm talking about. There is no place for Adira Tlas among the God Emperor's faithful. I'm surprised she wasn't in league with the pirates. And I'm equally surprised by how deep heresy and treason run in this place. I'm glad we all made it through that dark hour. May the day that follows be bright.
It's almost like you're saying the word daybreak or dawn. Don't have any more questions, thank you.
As you wish.
What is it that's keeping you in my retinue?
This ship was targeted by heretical pirates, which means that my presence here and the assistance I provide to you are my sacred duty. Sooner or later, I will likely have to return to Footfall to protect its reliquary. But for now, I wish to remain a part of the Rogue Trader's crew.
I am going to appease her. The thing is, I'm fairly sure there's like no romance in this game, which kind of makes sense. It would sort of detract from 40k Grimdark Future. It pleases me to have a servant of the Golden Throne in my crew. May the enemies of the Imperium tremble before our onslaught.
So they shall.
She's like, yes! Thank you for this conversation. Until next time. Oh, there's Adira. I should have checked the map. Oh, I'm right next to Master Helmsman. No, I think I clicked on the random bridge officer behind you by clicking through you. The tall man before you appears to be woven from tendons and muscle. Blue veins snake under his white, almost dove-coloured skin, and his scalp and chin are covered in cropped white hair. His neck and shoulders are wrapped in wires that hint at the presence of neural connectors under his uniform. The officer's face seems to be twisted in a perpetual grimace of annoyance and anger, but he greets you with a respectful nod. Lord Captain, Master Helmsman Ravor at your service. Remind me, who are you? I'm the Master Helmsman, Lord Captain. I stand at the wheel of this here tub, your vessel, and bark commands at the idiots who tend to its related systems. In layman's terms, I'm the one who stops us from running into an asteroid or a disruptive gravitational wave when we're travelling through the void. Do you control the ship in real space? I wish that was my only job. I have to steer her through the warp too, but most of the credit for that goes to the navigator. The warp's a nightmare, always tossing up something new. All my years at the helm, they count for nothing in there. My part's small enough, I just monitor our systems, follow the charted route, and don't kick up a fuss when new orders come in from the navigator's sanctum. Real space. Now that's where I keep my eyes peeled. Gravitational anomalies, void currents, hard radiation, that kind of shit shows up everywhere. Thank the Emperor the augurs on this vessel are holding up, and so far we've been able to spot if something bad's coming our way. Who are these idiots you are in charge of? There are too many to list them all. Tech priests from the Engineerium, voidsmen from the auger decks, and work-shy fools on the bridge. I'd have every last one of them flogged. They all need a wake-up call. They need to be whipped into shape, or else this ship will be going nowhere. Or even worse, it'll go somewhere we don't want it to. That's enough for now. Right you are, Lord Captain. You're a Voidborn, are you not? That I am, born into a helmsman clan in the bowels of a Chartist vessel. Studied the family trade until I was 15. Then my entire clan was butchered in a mutiny by lower hold scum. They spared the young'uns, of course. They did. Kids with implanted connectors make great navigational servitors. But I was having none of it. They were going to make me a servitor. They weren't going to make a servitor out of me, so I escaped into the crawlways. And then I spent months picking them off, one after the other. Ravor stops abruptly. You got me talking up a storm. Anyway, yes, I'm a Voidborn. Finish your story, Ravor. Ravor stays silent for a few seconds. Not much to tell. I gutted everyone I could get to, and then I fled upward, to the middle decks. That's where the auger operators took me under their wing. They have apprentice helmsmen of their own up there, you see. Nobody asked me any questions. So I stayed. I grew up, trained, got smarter, then ended up a junior helmsman. A dozen years later, Danrock spotted me and lured me away. The cheeky blighter. I can see you are not a gregarious sort. Ravor's eye twitches, that makes the grimace on his face even uglier. Have I done something to displease the Lord Captain? On the contrary, you are the first person on the bridge who's not tripping over themselves to lick my boots. The helmsman's perpetually twisted mouth twitches as if he's trying to smile. It looks sinister rather than friendly. Oh yeah? Well, I'm pleasantly surprised myself that you aren't having me flogged for insubordination. Will wonders never cease? Ravor points at the cables around himself. Connecting wires. Once they go into the control panel, I become one with the ship. Except the bloody cogs messed up the wires as stimulus injectors and connectors when they implanted them. They twisted the wires the wrong way or burned something in my noggin. Anyway, I can't sleep. It just doesn't happen anymore. It's been 30 years of non-stop stimulants and a splitting headache. So you'll forgive me if I'm not all smiles, Lord Captain. He's been awake for 30 years? I know I don't get much sleep, but holy crap. Tell me about the Voidborn. We've already been told about them, but go ahead. Ravor winces and rubs his temple. Lord Captain, I mean no disrespect, but you'd do better to find someone with a knack for conversation. Like Tolliman, the new Vox Master. I ain't the talking type, I just get the ship where she needs to go. Best let folks stick to what they do best. Fair, I've already spoken to them. What can you tell me about the other officers? Good-for-nothing wasters, that's what they are. Each and every one. Take Janris Danrock, that highborn weasel. He fawns over the officers, but some of the deals he makes would get him burned alive. He drags other people into his schemes so they can take the fall for him, too. One of my junior helmsmen was ferrying goods from footfall for him. Got caught by the seneschal and ended up in the void hatch. Danrock couldn't care less. The Vox Master, another Tolliman like the last one, void rest him, is no better. She cut off half the Vox channels the day she took up her post, said the Vox systems were damaged and the Engineerium had no contact with other modules. But how am I supposed to steer the ship, collect the Cogs' reports with the power of my mind? First Officer Versarian, I can't stand him like every Navy officer I've ever met. He doesn't know a thing about controlling a vessel in the void, but he puffs himself up all the same and throws his weight around. Me and him have had to have words a few times before he left me alone. Thank the Emperor Lady Theodora trusted me more than the Seneschal when it came to helming a void ship. Then there's that woman. What's her name? Tlas? Lady Theodora brought her along wherever she went. Look what happened to her. I wouldn't be surprised if it turns out it was that witch that delivered her to an early grave, just like countless souls before. I don't see why anyone would want that walking calamity on their ship, but some would disagree. They say she's friends with young Tolliman, you know, or at least she used to be. Tell me, do you like anyone at all? Ravor looks perplexed. What kind of question is that? I like you, and Lady Theodora before you. Where would I be if I was making cracks about the rogue trader? Ha! I don't want to die just yet. I must take my leave. Lord Captain, Ravor acknowledges you with a nod and turns away. I think he's my favourite of the crew, not companions, the crew. He just doesn't give a toss. The map. Oh, Danrock. The high factotum Janris Danrock. The corpulent man in lavish clothes bows before you, not without difficulty. A servo skull whirs over his shoulder while the fingers of his augmented hand drum against the sheaf of papers he is holding, and he regards you with attentive interest through the lens of his magnifying implant. Greetings, your lordship. Janris Danrock at your service. Remind me, what is it you do on my ship? As the high factotum, my duties encompass anything that might enrich you and your protectorate. I see to it that suppliers deliver all shipments on time, that our partners do not weasel out of their promises, and that all servants remember that the Emperor's grace can only be earned through toil and for the good of the von Valancius dynasty. I also make arrangements to ensure that our hold receives less than thorough inspections by port customs officers, and I find buyers for whatever you wish to sell. How did you come to serve the von Valancius dynasty? I come from Dargonus, your lordship. I have been a subject of your dynasty since birth, and have always strived to be of use to the great rogue trader. Alas, it was not my fate to be the primary heir of my own family, due to my being 15th in line for the title, so I decided not to stand in the way of those behind me in case they attempted to shorten the waiting list at my expense. Janris lets out a kindly chuckle. I wonder if it's Janris. Janris, whatever. While my brothers and sisters schemed against one another, I studied the exact sciences and mastered bookkeeping, the greatest art of the Adeptus Administratum. I must admit that the accumulation of wealth, something one can control, is far more exciting than hunting, carousing, and other traditional amusements of my noble peers. What was it like working with Theodora? Oh, now that's a tricky question, your lordship. Do you ask it of everyone, knowing they risk losing their head should they let slip a careless remark about your predecessor? I shall put it thus. Working with Lady Theodora was never boring and always profitable. The Imperium has billions of subjects, but very few do what they love and what they are best suited to. I would say Lady Theodora was one of the fortunate ones. She was a model rogue trader, and she surrounded herself with those who excelled and loved their work. Hers was a rare talent indeed. I wish to know what you think of your fellow crew members. Keeping tabs on your subordinates, a wise move. Tell me who interests you, and I'll endeavour to be as honest as possible. Janris's eyes light up. He is obviously eager to speak his mind. Tell me, what do you think of Seneschal Abelard Versarian? Lady Theodora managed to do what even the Imperial Navy could not, teach Master Versarian to carry out orders that he fundamentally disagrees with. I do not know what methods she used, but the result is impressive. Having said that, there is something else you need to know, Lord Captain. Your seneschal is capable of being something far greater than a mere conduit for your will. He possessed the cunning and experience to run the Protectorate passably whenever Lady Theodora was away, and that really is saying something. Keep an eye on that old officer, I say, or alternatively turn him into a faithful ally. Okay. I'd like to hear your opinion on Conrad Voigtveer, the former Master of Whispers. I hope never to see him set foot aboard this vessel again, not even as a servitor. Although he would be able to do at least some good that way, someone has to clean the latrines after all. Factotum's bloated face grows stern. He gave us all quite a fright on that ill-fated day, Lord Captain, and still, to speak candidly, I never enjoyed Master Voigtveer's company, but I believed him to be a man who knew how to do his job. As an ad break starts, I'm going to quickly go to the toilet because I need a pee, and I'm also going to grab a snack because I am starving. Be right back. Okay, I am back with crisps. Or chips, as Americans say. Okay. I'm going to read from here. I know I got to about here. He gave us all quite a fright on that ill-fated day, Lord Captain. And still, to speak candidly, I never enjoyed Master Voigtveer's company, but I believed him to be a man who knew how to do his job. Regretfully, I was mistaken. It turned out Conrad lacked the most important quality for a Master of Whispers, unwavering loyalty to the rogue trader, and his failing came to light in the most deplorable manner. What do you have to say about Voxmaster Vigdis Tolliman? Ah yes, the Voidborn. You know, in my family we used such creatures as quarry whenever we went hunting. Mutants are the bane of humanity, an unseen tumour that threatens to end us all. But I digress. In the brief time Tolliman has spent in post as Voxmaster, I have not noticed any significant flaws in her character, or anything that would make me question her professional qualities. Needless to say, she is very diligent and as is any Voidborn seeking to earn their master's affection. I believe you can trust in her skills and loyalty. Wish to discuss something else? As you say, your lordship. I want to know more about the people who buy our plunder. Of course, Lord Captain. Who interests you exactly? And we most often deal with the followers of St. Drusus, the Explorators, the Casbalica Mission, or Emperor forgive us, the Fellowship of the Void. What do the followers of St. Drusus acquire from us? The Drusians still hope to bring the Coronis Expanse into the warm embrace of the faith, just as their flock hope to receive the aid of the Drusian missionaries. Each crate of food, shipment of clothes, or box of medicine marked with your seal is a sign of the rogue trader himself, believes in the sect's future success. Reverend Hieronymus is the first among the Drusians and is most often seen in Footfall's grand atrium. A gloomy fellow, but some almost believe him to be a saint. Tell me more about the Explorators. Members of the Explorator Cognizance fleet, which has been roaming the Coronis Expanse for a good while now. Omnisire knows what they are hoping to find, but their acolytes regularly show up on inhabited worlds seeking bits of sacred knowledge, tracking down mechanical relics, and sniffing out xeno artifacts, if truth be told. Supposedly, they want to save the ignorant rabble from corruption. A tech priest named Opticon22 does business with us on the fleet's behalf. He can be found at the docks on Footfall. I am interested in the Casbalica mission. Masters of the cold trade, immoral criminals, and notorious crooks to the last man. The mission is but one branch of this mafia gang that has taken root in the Calixis sector. You can do business with them as long as you take the necessary precautions. They are led by Vladaim Tokara, or Vladaim, who recently appointed himself Liege of Footfall. Of course, he is a trusted ally of rogue trader Winterscale, but he will not refuse you, another of the Emperor's anointed. If you wish to talk to Vladaim, look for him in the Liege's palace on Footfall. What is this Fellowship of the Void? Janris emits a laugh-like gargle. A pompous name, is it not? In truth, they are a gang of pirates who are forever squabbling over loot and territory. Sounds like my kind of people. Loot. However, some of their little flotillas need supplies, or can take awkward cargo off our hands without asking questions. Of course, there is always a risk that these scoundrels will change their mind and attempt to board us instead. But so far, our macro canners have managed to keep them in line. They say Riza Calvaria speaks on the Fellowship's behalf. The Adeptus Amazicus on Footfall is rumoured to be her favourite haunt. Why are we giving away our spoils to these people in the first place? Cold, hard cash. To profit from them, of course. Most of the things you will find during expeditions are complete junk to one such as yourself, but the less fortunate and affluent servants of the Emperor think them treasures, especially when they are bestowed by the great road trader himself. Drusian fanatics and pirate cutthroats, Casbalica dealers and explorators, none will refuse our help in these dark and trying times. And there may come a time when we shall be the ones requiring aid, and it would be beneficial to have allies willing to provide it. This is where we'll probably be able to get customized fighters rather than companions. I wish to bolster my retinue with skilled fighters. Rest assured, there are people of the most outstanding talents among the thousands of your crew. I will contact the overseers at once. And it goes straight into character creation. So, backing out. Yes. My retinue and I are in need of training. I will show you our sparring chambers at once. Oh, okay, I can reset them. Awesome. It will cost me... profit factor? Maybe it's... maybe this is the currency. Oh, profit factor is a representation of the relative value of the rogue trader's warrant of trade and what opportunities and resources it can call upon. People, provisions, chemicals, plasteel, mechanisms, promethium, weapons, xenotech, adamantine, phlogiston. Okay. Well, I'm not going to. I want to talk to Abelard.
Lord Captain,
Let's talk about things that may be useful to me as the rogue trader.
a noble aspiration, Lord Captain. I am ready to acquaint you with all the particulars that interest you.
Thank you for being voice acted. Outline the situation in the Coronis Expanse for me. What do I need to know and keep in mind?
This is a topic for an official briefing, not a casual conversation. But I will try to answer succinctly. And if you permit, in my own words. The Coronis Expanse is considerably removed from the heart of the Imperium. This means that local warp routes become useless within months. Established pathways are regularly subject to attacks from all kinds of rabble. And in the only major port, the Imperium's frigates find themselves moored alongside pirate vessels.
That's funny.
Until recently, the Coronis Expanse could hardly have been called a region of the Imperium. The situation has changed with the arrival of the Lord Inquisitor, but not by much. This place operates under its own rules, you see. More radical, so to speak. But ones that allow for a non-standard approach where there is a promise of victory. The Coronis Expanse is considered rogue trader territory for a reason. Only rogue traders have sufficient military might, audacity, and the rights granted them by the warrant to survive the leap into the unexplored part of the Expanse, and in the event of a successful outcome, to hold on to whatever they manage to capture on the frontier.
Who are the main players I need to be aware of in the Coronis Expanse?
In the first instance, you should treat official representatives of the Imperium with respect. The Expanse may be on the fringes, but it still numbers among the territories of the Golden Throne. The arrival of the Lord Inquisitor has turned the Coronis Expanse into a less wild and uncontrolled region, to the regret of some individuals who had grown inured to the local lawlessness. Rogue traders such as yourself are also servants of the Imperium. They have been accorded special rights and powers. They wield immense authority within their territory, and they enjoy absolute respect in other parts of the Expanse. The most powerful of them are Caligos Winterscale and Incendia Bastal Chorda. Tread carefully when dealing with either of them.
Okay.
If we are to speak of unclaimed territory, which is what Footfall is, among the scum that dwells on that handful of asteroids, there are 3 factions that wield considerable influence in the sector. The first is the Kazbala Commission, organized crime in its most primitive form. It holds sway over the Liege of Footfall, and has links to rogue trader Winterscale. The second faction is an offshoot of our shining ecclesiarchy, followers of St. Drusus. They are actively building their forces, and hold influence over rogue trader Chorda. And finally, the third faction, the Explorators, a wing of the Adeptus Mechanicus. They are willing to die and kill for the secrets of the ancient technological heresies that are hidden among the stars of the Coronis Expanse.
Conrad, our previous Master of Whispers, what can you tell me about his betrayal? What do you think he'll do next?
You know, Lord Captain, I am no admirer of fine art. But when we next find ourselves in a civilized port, with time to spare, I will promptly find an artist and commission a portrait of the individual to whom you refer, with a hole between the eyes. Conrad Voigtveer. That he committed his treachery and escaped with his life was an unforgivable oversight.
Okay.
We both served Lord Captain Theodora for many years, and we never saw eye to eye. He was brash. He was never afraid of assuming responsibility, and he willingly took on difficult tasks. I am loath to admit it, but the Von Valancius Protectorate continues to reap the fruits of his labors to this day. His service always garnered my respect. But everything else about him made me want to wring the neck of that two-faced snake.
Well, speak your mind.
If you are taking comfort in the thought that we will hear no more of Conrad, prepare to be disappointed. You thwarted his plans, his meticulously plotted and nurtured treachery. He is sure to attempt to strike at you, and he will use his contacts and knowledge of the Protectorate to do so. The only question, Lord Captain, is whether you will be able to anticipate his next steps.
That is all for now.
As you wish, Lord Captain.
I'd like to know more about my seneschal.
As you wish, Lord Captain. What would you like to know?
Tell me about yourself. What were you before you became Theodora's seneschal?
I used to be an officer in the Navis Imperialis. No, I used to be is not quite right. It was not simply a job. It was my calling, the essence of my life. I was proud to serve Lord Captain Theodora, but in my heart and mind, I'm still an officer of the Imperium. I met Lord Captain Theodora on a mission where the Imperial Navy was providing reinforcement to the rogue trader's army on one of the frontier worlds. Our acquaintance was not easy. Working with people outside the Navy hierarchy has never been my strong suit. It was to my great surprise then, that after the mission's completion, I received a referral to leave my service in the Navy and join the rogue trader's personal council. It was a difficult choice for me, but I saw in the offer a chance to serve the interests of humanity even more effectively than in the Navis Imperialis. You do not need me to tell you just how remarkable a person Lord Captain Theodora was. I recognized her at once as a true leader and formidable creative force. One who had built a protectorate amidst the dangers and wildness of the Expanse.
Leaving the Imperial Navy is far from easy. Why were you permitted to quit your post? She's a rogue trader.
You could say there was no one among the naval command who was willing to impede the wishes of the rogue trader. To do so would be to risk their own position and their relationship with Theodora. Well, the Lord Captain possessed certain contacts in the Imperial Navy. Contacts which she used to request help during the conflict on the border world. And which enabled her to make me an offer that resulted in my joining her retinue. The Navis Imperialis is an ancient institution with its own mandates and muster lists. On occasion, in the heat of an official briefing, or an informal discussion, I violated those rules, determined to press my point. It is challenging to choose the words to accurately express my opinion on a situation or the actions of others that do not sound overly scathing or confrontational. Many in command were inclined to view my manner of speaking as unbefitting a person of my rank.
I am going to enjoy this. Like, coercion test succeeded. My skill value is now plus 50 because it's based on my intelligence, which is awesome. I have no fellowship. The way you talk about Theodora, I'm beginning to think you were in love with her.
What? Lord Captain, any allegations of improper feelings or unsanctioned relations are utterly baseless and bordering on the insulting. Utterly baseless.
Yes, utterly. Do you have a family?
I am a widower. I am a father of 4, and if my information is not outdated, a grandfather of 11. My family lives on Dargonus. None of my children express any eagerness or aptitude for serving aboard ship, and I would hardly have insisted that they follow in my footsteps.
Thank you, I have
Of
no more
course.
questions. You may call me by my first name if you wish.
I thank you for the honor, but I must decline. As a former military officer, I believe in the importance of order in all things, including the chain of command. You are the Lord Captain, my direct superior. I am not prepared to address you in any way other than as regulation dictates.
Okay. Till next time.
Lord Captain.
Right, so the last thing we have to do is either look at the map and talk to Idira, who's down here. So let's go and talk to Idira. She has a quest for us, I think, probably. She wanted to talk, at least. Also, he's so pretty. Pretty Nebula. The tall, middle-aged woman stares straight ahead, her eyes vacant as she rubs the implant at her temple. Her collar is undone and one of the clasps is on the verge of falling off. Sensing your presence, Idira turns her head towards you and offers you a crooked smile, even as her eyes look right through you. Psych is a weird man. Idira, about your abilities.
What are you talking about, Lord Captain?
You are a Psyker. Psykers are only granted the right to live with the Emperor's blessing. Have you ever been to Terra? I wonder if this is just a choose one option. I'm concerned about your level. I'm gonna do this just in case I can do others. You're a Psyker. Psykers are only granted the right to live with the Emperor's blessing. Have you ever been to Terra?
Look, Lady Theodora couldn't care less if some eggheads measured my brains or not. It's not about the seal on your forehead, get it? It's about what's in your gut, if it's rotten or not. My gut's stronger than the adamantine on this here ship. And my implants are better than the ones they put in you on your Terra. If they weren't, I wouldn't have lived as long as I have.
Where do you come from?
Lyra, an outlying world in the Heathen Stars region. In the Coronis Expanse, the deeper you go, the less visible the Astronomicon gets, and the less people know about the Imperium. The arrival of a rogue trader is the best thing that can happen to a world like that. The very best.
Tell me about Lyra.
It's an out-of-the-way planetoid between two faint stars. On Lyra, a dozen local tyrants fight over 5 measly continents. But they use everything they can to win, from poison to psychers. I haven't been there in many years, but there's nothing for me to miss. Trust me.
Also, I know I could be going out and adventuring right now. I just like to hear all their stories. It's just my way of playing. I know it can be boring to some people, but I want to know everything.
But here on the ship is a different story altogether. I saw more wonders in my first year serving Lady von Valancius than I'd seen in my whole life on Lyra. Like my first journey through the warp, I was in bed for 3 days. I felt like supernovas were exploding in my head. I only found out later that I'd gotten off easy. Just through the bulkhead, in the bay next to mine, a whole team turned into... Look at me rambling on, Lord Captain. Pay no attention.
No, I want to know what happened to the whole team in the bay next to yours. You finished your story about your first time. You never finished your story about your first time crossing the wall.
It wasn't like it was a very fun trip, Lord Captain. But look, if you want to be entertained, I'm the woman for the job. I'll entertain you with one of the stories from my collection, no problem. But if you want to hear about the time I melted everyone in the bay next door, well, I just don't really want to go into the details on that one, all right?
Yeah, melting people is not great. What did you do before you came to be on the ship?
Oh, I embroidered wall hangings in honor of our national heroes. I did the same thing I do here, Lord Captain. Divining. Our rulers prized the ability to see into the future. Every psyker that could be found was worth a small fortune on Lyra. There's no such thing as a peaceful life on Lyra. People like me were especially sought after. They'd pick psychers up wherever they found them, buy kids off their parents, even just abduct them. Take me, for instance. I got taken from my street gang. The older kids sold me when they noticed there was something off about me. The ruling dynasties had schools where they trained us and beat us black and blue. And then they packed us off to serve. Some of us held on for a long time, but others didn't last. Not everyone's as smart and talented as me, you know. Some people crossed the line and were out of commission before their time.
Adira looks at you expectantly, then, as though clarifying, she uses her hands to indicate her head exploding and laughs. Okay. How did you end up in the Rogue Trader's service?
Theodora von Valancius paid a visit to the ruler I was serving at the time. I don't know what the visit was for, and it's no business of mine anyway. I can still remember the way the voices in my head changed when I looked at her. They were practically screaming. She had so much behind her, and plenty ahead of her too. As I gawped at her, all of a sudden I heard a whisper. A hint, a suggestion, nothing more. But I know the difference between idle chatter and a real threat. I seized my chance and approached Theodora. I managed to whisper a couple of words in her ear before the wardens dragged me away. They beat me and locked me up. No wonder. It wasn't my place to converse with outsiders. And then Theodora's people came for me. They broke down the wall, butchered the guards. Also, I could tell them my warning in full. So I said the rest, but I didn't want to go back to my old life. And so I entered the service of the von Valancius dynasty.
You ever been off the ship?
A few times. Not many. And if I think about it, why would I want to? I've got everything I need here. All the whispers I hear are familiar ones. They almost feel like family. And if I want to hear about the nightmares off the ship, I can. After some Amisec. But don't go getting the wrong idea. If I have to, I'll follow you to the edge of the galaxy.
Great! Let's talk about something else.
Of course, Lord Captain.
Oh, this could be fun. How many stories does she have? What's it like being a psyker?
Lord Captain, forgive me. But it would be like talking to a person born blind about colors. I could spend hours explaining, but it wouldn't make any sense to you. Every psyker feels their connection with the warp in their own way. One person might see spots and shadows out of the corner of their eye. Another feels fingers running down their spine. As for me, I've got a door in my head. One that's open just a crack. There's no way to close it, no matter how hard I try. I've just had to get used to the whispers from the other side. When I need to use it for work, I listen in more closely. But I usually just try not to notice it.
How do you live with this whispering in your head?
Training, habit, and a little Amasec and a couple other things you can get on the lower decks. If you put all those together, it makes things bearable. Sometimes I even wonder if I'm imagining half the voices I hear. You know, when life on board gets a little boring. Better than listening to the living, anyhow.
What would happen if your door burst open?
Well, if the door opens, that means somebody's planning to come in, right? But screw them. They're not coming through. Trust me, I know how to keep my valuable head locked up tight.
I sure hope so. Aren't you afraid of losing control?
Only losers who are afraid of their own gift lose control. Or idiots who never figure out what they are before it's too late. Or little kids who want to play around with their shiny new toy. If you don't know the limits of your abilities, or you're always bouncing around in your own head, that's a recipe for disaster.
Or ADHD, or autism, or which I have autism, so I can make that joke about myself. Oh, yeah. Everything's just bouncing around in my head. Can you see my future? I can see the future.
All right. That's what I'm here for, after all. So, I'm just going to lean on that door in my head a little more, prick up my ears, and listen to what the warp's got to say about you. If you'll allow it, I can listen right now.
Sure. The head explodes.
All right. Let's hear what they're whispering about you.
Idera laughs, rubs her hands together, and suddenly freezes with a vacant smile on her face. Her head slightly tilted. You feel goosebumps appear on your skin, and your collar begins to waver ever so slightly, as if moved by a breeze from a half-open door.
Seek not on firm ground, but in a golden hall suspended in the void. There waits a child without kin, but with a name blind to truth. She draws the brush across the canvas and does not notice that her palette is full not of paint, but of blood. And with each smear, this well does not deplete, but fills and fills up to the brim. One thing is clear. When this vessel overflows, none will remain unstained.
Well, that doesn't sound ominous at all.
Among the blind men and false prophets, a red-robed sage seeks the answer to a question. He does not know that it is not the answer he must seek, but the question that will draw everything into focus. Will you help him, Rogue Trader? But mark that sometimes ignorance is sweeter than oblivion. A chained hound chases after glimmers of the aurora, but sparks in the scent of oil confound his nose. A chain trails after him. What will happen if you pick it up? Will you become his master, or merely another beast in the pack of his true lord? The glow of dawn bursts forth from its prison. Dungeon walls cannot contain the dark essence wallowing in the dust. A naive cub pushes his nose into a familiar hand, one that holds death in twisted glass. Cherish it or cast it off as a burden. The sword of change has already been raised. What is one more life to it? I'm sorry, Lord Captain. The voices are going wild. I can't make out a thing. I'll try to rein them in, somehow. But for now...
Psycho shrugs sheepishly and sniffs. I'd like to hear your augur, Idera. What awaits me in the future? Just dunce?
All right. Let's hear what they're whispering about.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Lord Captain. The voices are going wild. I can't make out a thing. I'll try to rein them in, somehow. But for now...
It's just that it wasn't grayed out. Which is how the storyteller worked sometimes in Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous, especially, because I can remember that. You would go through his description of something after handing him items or his journal pages. And then it'd go back to the parent selection. And the option that you just did wouldn't be grayed out. So you click it and have to go through it all again. Did you know Theodora von Valancius well?
None of the officers knew the Lord Captain well. Not even Abelard, and she was always closer to him than anyone else. She told me from the off that if I ever listened to anything in the warp about her without her permission, I'd be going out through the airlock. I'm not an idiot, so I never stuck my nose where it didn't belong. Only when I was asked.
Seems fair.
It's hard to wrap my head around the fact that she's gone. Lady von Valancius gave me everything I have. She opened the stars to me and the paths between them. I still think I can hear her voice.
Idira lets out a sharp breath and shakes her head. Things are strained between you and Argenta, isn't that right?
The little sister is afflicted with her own set of voices. Ones that whisper to her about corruption and heresy. The silly girl doesn't realize that if she wants to find the source, she needs to start by looking in her own head.
Okay. Got a new story for me, Idira?
You bet I do, Lord Captain.
Idira becomes much more animated and her expression turns slightly dreamy as she recalls one of her stories.
Okay,
Jesus.
So, we went to Footfall once? Well, I mean, Lord Captain Theodora went to Footfall a lot. But on that occasion, she took me with her for some reason. My day had gotten off to a bad start. My head had been yammering since I woke up, but there was nothing else for it. I had to go. We arrive at the place, and what a place! All the gentlemen and ladies dressed to kill, showing off their encrusted implants, all clustered around little tables. Well, turned out it was a gaming den. And not just any gaming den, but one run by somebody with deep pockets for people with just as much cash to splash. You should have seen it. People gambling away planets in a game of regicide. Anyway, so the Lord Captain wanted me to help her beat some guy. So I tell her, the chips won't land in your favor. You'll get a bad hand. Don't sit down at that table, your ladyship. But did she listen? Of course she didn't. If there's one thing she never lacked, it's stubbornness. So they sat down and the cards were dealt. I'm hovering around like I'm not involved, but I'm keeping my eye on things. And everything in my head keeps getting louder and louder. Anyway, it's a good thing I realized in time that my mind wasn't going haywire over a losing hand, but something else. I made some excuse to drag the Lord Captain up from the table and took her away from that place. And a few minutes later, the room where we'd been... It turned out some wise guy had the same bright idea to bring a pet psyker along with him. One of those ones who just scuttle around in Footfall's underbelly. And the psyker just freaked out, I guess. After all the commotion, people went to see what happened in the room. And they'd all gone for each other's throats. Literally. With teeth. And I think they completely detached that asteroid from Footfall and pushed it off into open space so it would head off toward the local star.
Jesus. Okay. Must take my leave.
Of course. Always at your service. Whenever you need me.
This is where voice acting is so good because it does what they want to tell you. And it's so wonderful. I think I've talked to everybody. Quests. Okay. New engine seer. The errand is complete. Oh, okay. Still not sure how I failed that. Oh, I think I know. If I'd have walked through the fire, maybe? Okay. Let's look at the map. God, he looks kind of badass. Star systems. The events of Warhammer 40,000 Rogue Trader take place in a vast region of space known as the Coronis Expanse. This sector is composed of numerous star systems, many of which you will get a chance to visit. You will find yourself scouring the void in search of routes leading to new uncharted systems, discovering more routes as you explore the expanse. What you see before you is the map of one such system. Each star system contains objects you can interact with. Such objects are marked as points of interest. Move your ship to a point of interest, then left-click on it to initiate the event or open the planet view. So I need to visit a bunch of these. The prison planetoid. Oh, there's a bunch of quests there. Machine Spirit Keeper, land on Rykad Minoris. Oh, we have different types of quests and rumors and contracts. Ooh. Oh, what do I want to do first? Because New Blood. Oh, I'm guessing that's story mission, maybe? This? No. New Blood. Oh, these are just errands. Wait. Only New Blood had that. The guide and oh, that's the guide. Machine Spirit Keeper. Wish I knew what that symbol meant. Because why does only one of these have it? So what are you? Oh, that's me. Oh. Lord Captain, reporting the heralds of the Navis Nobilite continue to maintain Vox silence. Perhaps due to Urak 5 being off-limits to visitors, we intercepted signals from the beacons drifting in the station's orbit. The demands are clear. We are told to turn the ship around immediately. We have also detected an accumulation of space debris near the station's docks. Presumably, it is the remains of interplanetary shuttles. Perhaps the esteemed Navis Nobilite House requires aid, and therefore cannot respond to our Vox transmission. Order the auger crew to scan the station. Yes, Lord Captain. The Vox remains silent for a while, but then you hear static and Vigdis's measured voice. The officers from the auger crew performed a full scan of the station, but the information is imprecise. They note wave distortions of unclear genesis that are throwing off most of the readings. We were able to ascertain that the reactor core of the station is still active, but many compartments are unpowered and some fully depressurized. The signs of biological activity are largely present in the central module, which means the station has not been abandoned. So the question remains, why are the esteemed navigators as heralds ignoring us? Contact the station again. I will negotiate personally. The Vox relays the cadent sounds of grinding gears and clicking tumblers. I'm sorry, Lord Captain, the station does not reply even after an official greeting by a rogue trader and the declaration of your intent to negotiate in person. Kinda want to forcefully go there. We view the encyclopedia. Really? We can't get to the encyclopedia from here? Okay, I wonder if options, controls, L. No! Order the crew to commence docking with the station. Affirmative, Lord Captain. We do not know what is happening at the station, so you will have to look for the esteemed navigators blind. Dock safely and may the God Emperor light your path. It should be Tyranids or something. Wait, what? I said to dock. Begin scan. I got 50 XP. Woo. Yeah, I'm going to take them all. The higher a character's weapon skills compared to their opponents, the easier it is for them to parry the opponent's attacks. Which means I need to get Abelard more weapon skill. Hopefully now we'll get combat. And hopefully I won't die. I clicked. Ooh. Imperial Guard.
Pathetic worm. You dare to argue with your master?
It was not you whom I swore to serve within these walls. My lips are sealed.
Confess. What was the old man's last command? What are you planning?
Give up, Keeper. You have lost this battle. Again.
We're getting nowhere with these ones, sir. Permission to execute them.
Okay. You will be consigned to oblivion for the transgression. Yeah. Immortal Emperor, deliver your servants from peril. Prayers will not help you, servant of the damned. A servant of the damned. In the name of House Orselio, I command you to execute the infidels. Bit of a delayed reaction, but I get it. Not a step further. Master, we have some strange guests on the station. A tall man stops you with a gesture when you approach. Blood is trickling down the pearly scales of his weary face. And not just his own blood. Two jet black unblinking eyes are watching your every move, and the third one, the mark of a navigator's fate, is menacingly pulsing behind the lowered lid in the middle of his forehead. Step back, or I will unleash all the horrors of the Sea of Souls upon you. Emperor, be my witness. Yeah, it has so many names to different people. Just the warp. Abelard, if you would be so kind. Seneschal takes a deep breath. Before you stands his lordship, the rogue trader Zera von Valancius, heir to the greatest protectorate in the Coronis Expanse and the bearer of the sacred warrant of trade. Allow me to point out that Nobilite custom requires the Lord Navigator to introduce himself first, but given the unusual circumstances on the station, his lordship the rogue trader is willing to turn a blind eye to your hostility, but just this once. In this case, I shall turn a blind eye to your unceremonious invasion, but just this once. There is a dangerous glint in the man's dark-shrouded eyes. Very well, allow me to introduce myself. Before you stands Felix Christoph August, keeper of this place. So you did not arrive to offer support to the traitors? This is great news. Having said that, you must understand that Uruk 5 is a holy sanctum for House Orcelio, and the path to it is only revealed to a select few. It pains me to say you are not on the guest list. Just take him with. What is happening on the station? I want to know everything. Where did all these corpses come from? Betrayal, a most banal thing in the life of the Nobilite. Don't you think? I was stabbed in the back by my closest friend, Theobald Orcelio, the second keeper of Uruk 5 and my mentor. On his instructions, my own people sabotaged the generators, blew up the shuttles, and brutally massacred the loyal servants of my mistress. Most unforgivably, they dared to take her prisoner. Greedy scum, I swear by the throne's light their souls will perish in the darkness of the void. Felix falls silent for a few moments and then furiously slams the end of his staff into the floor. The madmen have captured Lady Cassia and are now torturing her upstairs while we are idly chatting down here. Help me rescue her or be gone, but waste no more of my precious time. Jesus, you can just drag them out. I still have questions concerning the situation on the station. Our idle chatter will not save Lady Cassia, but if you need to be sure of something before you can help, so be it. Tell me about your mistress. Regretfully, I am not allowed to discuss my mistress, whether with her retinue or the outsiders. She will tell you about herself personally if she feels like it. That is, assuming she survives. I am begging you not to waste any more of our precious time, for it is running out. What makes you think your mistress is still alive? A spark of concern flickers in the black pits of Felix's eyes. You may not believe me, but Lady Cassia is capable of... The navigator cringes, seemingly in pain, and furiously exhales. Incredible things. Not even the traitor Theobald can easily harness her power. My men have reported that the station is in a deplorable state. The navigator irritably brushes away a strand of bloodied hair. Trust me, I should know. Everything happened too quickly. There were dozens of reports of accidents, victims, and failing systems, but the only precious thing aboard this station is Lady Cassia's life. Everything else is futile and can be easily replenished. Why do you not respond to the messages from Rykard and Minoris? I have already said Uruk 5 is sacrosanct. It is a holy domain of the Navis Nobilite, and it is forbidden for commoners from the world below. We had hoped to solve the crisis on our own, but when the situation spiraled out of control, we could not establish contact because the traitors had disabled our equipment. Any questions? What kind of help are you talking about? I would never ask you for such a favour under different circumstances, and yet... Felix takes his hand away from his ribcage, notices blood and winces in pain. And yet Lady Cassia's well-being is above all. I haven't got many people left, and my wounds are too deep for me to act with precision and swiftness, but you may actually succeed. In order to ascend to the mistress's chambers, you will need to remake a holy relic sanctified with the blood of Lady Orselio herself. This is the control rod of the elevator, machine spirit. I have one part and the other was lost during the mutiny. Mutiny? Jesus. Words are hard. But even this relic will be of no use unless the elevator mechanism is powered. Why should I help you? You came to this station for a reason. House Orselio will not be able to help you until the current crisis is resolved. But if you aid us now, I promise we will reach an agreement that you will find satisfying, be it riches, influence, or the powers of our navigators. How do I remake the control rod? I have a phylactery containing the mistress's blood. It needs to be taken to the laboratory, which is located behind one of the reliquary doors. The most ancient of sacred mechanisms will help to rebuild the rod. The tech priests ceaselessly perform the rites of appeasement so that the machine spirit would serve the house in its time of need. The fateful hour is now upon us. So how am I supposed to power the elevator? The station's main cogitator is situated in the guard room. Just enter the correct command sequence and the sacred mechanism will do the rest. If it's so simple, why don't you do it yourself? I never said the feat would be easy to accomplish. The path to the laboratory in the guard room is blocked by the very same madmen who took over the station. They will not negotiate and are not afraid of displeasing the Navis Nobilite or incurring the Emperor's wrath. They bow only to brute strength, something which I currently happen to lack. Guess that makes sense? So, what have you decided, descendant of the von Valancius line? Like you just ignore the quest completely. I'm all about the business. I will rescue your mistress, but in return I require that House Orselio sign a contract with my protectorate. Felix's reply sounds curt and tired. So be it. Hurry, the mistress's safety is all that matters. But should you fail, our arrangement is finished. Hopefully I won't. Now, is there any loot? Goods. Goods. Lilu Dallas multi-key. Shards of crystallized darkness. Quite tall. Okay. Now I saw awareness 80. Okay. Athletics. Oh, I'm glad that they do have stuff like this. Let's have a look.
Oh, come on.
The corpses were brutally mauled by an unknown force, their faces frozen in grimaces of terror. I guess I failed it? But it didn't show me the roll. Okay. On.
Experience. Nothing matters more.
I guess it only shows you if you succeed, maybe?
We should deal with this.
Oh, hi, we found a trap. Okay, at the ready, the conspirators are trying to break through to the guard rooms. Okay.
I better myself through my service.
There is a trap up ahead. Order your character to disable it. If a character enters a trapped area or fails the test to disarm it, the trap will trigger, dealing damage and inflicting injuries on all characters within its area of effect. Sometimes you will see a trap marked with a red area and a connecting dotted line. This line leads to the mechanism that controls the trap. However, hover your cursor over the mechanism. If the cursor changes to a trap icon, the trap can be disarmed by interacting with the mechanism. Okay. If you have your entire party selected, the character with the highest relevant skill score will go to disarm the trap. If a trap is marked with a red area without a dotted line, simply approach the trap and click on it to attempt the disarm test. Different skills are used to disarm different types of traps. Okay. And now there's an ad, so I will wait. I'm gonna go and get some chocolate. Okay, I'm back. Let's get ready to hopefully not die.
Always keep your eye on the
Nothing escapes my
prize.
sight.
Are these all going to be...
The Emperor favors me today.
These are all kind of pity tests.
Keep your wits about you.
Tutorial tests, basically. Oh, hi, enemies, because you're in red outline.
Failure is just a temporary setback.
Damn it! Damn it. Worked all the loot, it's important. Does anyone use Fellowship now? I just want to give someone a cape. Generally, I think the Sisters of Battle look greater with capes. Look better. I feel like a lot of them wear them. I am going to hide his helmet. Because he just looks like... Everything in the Warhammer 40k, if they're not wearing a helmet, they're a badass. That's why a lot of the iconic Space Marines don't have them, so you can tell them apart. Some of them do have them, but... books. More goods. Stand firm, we must not let the miscreants defile House Orselio. Am I in combat now? Incredibly far away. Forward will for House Orselio!
Your arrogance will be your downfall.
For the Emperor!
So I'm guessing because these lot saw me, everybody saw me. Fine. Actually, I'm the most important. Start the fight. Combat. This will go well. In fact, I'm going to quick save right now. I have 5 stacks of surefire plan because my intelligence went up, I think. Just need to... I smudged my glasses. I just need to clean them. Okay, this is quite a decent chunk of enemies. Oh, and they have a healer. Okay. They must have a lot of health or armor or something. Why are you only... Oh, because you're... That's why. Like, why are you only dealing so much damage? I switched you to auto pistol last fight. That's much better. You have armor, but not a lot. Guard, 48%, 74%, 50%.
Faith without deeds is worthless.
Oh, God. The ragdoll clumping like... Oh, I feel so sorry for them sometimes. Sometimes. Let's just end turn there. We'll take a defensive stand. Well, that just murders. That's what it means. Well, bye.
Farewell.
Oh, unlimited. Ha! 20 cell radius. I'm gonna...
I'm not so sure.
Oh, you're just too far away? Son of a bitch. I may as well use the action points on someone.
Was that you? Or...
And then we'll buff up Abelard. Because he's going to be running into danger. I'm glad he's slower than a bunch of these, though. Wait, you are actually in range. I'll not. Oh, don't have line of sight. I do on these, though. $64, $64, $61. I don't have line of sight on you? I guess height difference, probably. You're just out of range as well. Jesus. Okay. I think I'm just gonna try hitting. %10 hit chance. I'm sure that's not taking effect because it's not changing the percent to hit above him. 61%. 61%.
I'll make it happen.
I missed. Oh, I hit the cover instead. Just doesn't show me the roll for it at all. Okay, end turn. I need them to get closer. Okay. Unquestionable order. Yes, come closer. Close.
Pain cleanses the body.
Hey, Abelard. You really can't get very far. I need you to get more movement, Jesus. I can't even charge because there's no direct path. Yeah, melee is gonna suck a little bit for this. Then he has a shotgun, which has a range of 2. Although it looks like it has a burst behind it.
I've seen worse battles than this in my time.
I'm going to move him up, and I'm going to use once per combat. Till the warrior's next turn, all incoming damage is reduced by 5. Yeah, screw it. I want to see. Okay. That wasn't reduced by 5. That just increased deflection to -3. Yeah, some of this is slightly confusing. Because I think Endure reduces it by your toughness bonus. Maybe it's a las pistol thing. Such small hit chance. Okay. Gains 4 movement. So is this going to put me up to 10? I have to check this for science. Yes, it does. Good. Except that's cover. I probably can't shoot over it, right?
The enemies of the Emperor will be undone. None can escape the Emperor's fate.
Nice. That means I get Revel in Slaughter. Because it says 3 enemies, but I changed it to 2. I think I took that. Swift Slaughter can be used after 2 kills instead of 3. I'm guessing it doesn't update the tooltip. That would be better clarity.
As the Emperor commands, I act. Strike is a prayer.
I love bolt guns. They're so satisfying.
Doubt is for the weak.
May as well use it. Get my momentum up. Because I only need 200 to use something. I don't like her being exposed like that. Just out of range, I think. You're 12 though. You're just out of range. Damn it! You're in range. Okay, you're just gonna start debuffing people. 5, and then we'll do expose weakness. And then I'll move you
They
here.
who discern the future on the battlefield.
And skip the rest of your turn. Yeah, this is such an awful place for me to be right now. However, I just can't see line of sight. I'd have to expose me to danger.
Taking
Okay.
calculated risk is my second nature.
Are you in range? Yes, you are.
Who if not me?
Surefire plan.
I'll make it happen.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Wait, didn't I get... What did I choose? Contingency plan. Oh yeah, I took contingency plan. That's it. Basically, even if I use all of my stacks, I'm fine. Zero AP, 1 AP. You have 4 on you right now.
I'll see to it personally.
Okay.
It's nothing. Oh!
shooting your own ally in the back.
I've faced worse than this.
I've faced worse than this. Yeah, lads, don't you know? Charge. Hey, I can make it.
My place is at the fore. I took care of this one.
So good. It's so very good.
For Von Valancius.
Let's go and fuck shit up. Oh. How many movement do I have? 9. It's -4. 2, 3. Oh, it's just enough. So I'm going to move up here. And introduce them to our Lord and Savior Cleave.
Follow my lead. Reduced to dust.
It's so satisfying. Oh, it's so satisfying. Hey, Argenta. I know the guy's in cover. But could you... 55... I mean, I may as well use this, right?
I will bathe this battlefield in righteous fury.
Okay, you hit cover. Good job. You're just going to be too far away, aren't you?
Cover me.
You know, I can... Yeah, the good thing is Deadeye increases your range, so I get a better chance to hit.
I'll make it happen.
Oh, yeah. Nice. It's 270
Rise to the top,
XP.
or get left in the dust.
Let's go and get all the goods. What are you? Mutated flesh sample. Sure. Ripper auto pistol. Solid projectile weapons have an increased plus 50% over penetration. Yeah. Which is why I'm liking the sniper right now. Rate of fire 8. Oh god, so you can do... Okay. Mog over there. Meteorite chunk. Okay. Black, scrappy, las gun. You lost your arm, mate. I don't seem to have a limit to carry capacity right now.
I
suppose
always
is a
keep my
good
options
thing.
open.
Data crypt H-40-K. Oh. Okay.
Success is the only outcome I accept.
Statue by the famous Calixian sculptor and chronicler Zacharias Vernon the Magnificent. The 23rd year of this millennium. Original. Cool. More loot. Pontius Siphius or Siphius Gelasius or Gelasius on the training of worthy servants at the court of the Navis Nobilite. Normally I would read a bunch of stuff like this, but I don't know how common it's going to be. Read out loud, but I don't know how common it's going to be. So I'm just going to take it. That and my voice is already going, ugh, kill me. Okay. The library is full of treatises by the most distinguished scholars of the Imperium, from Astra Militarum tacticians to Adeptus Mechanicus genitors. Or genitors. The Lady Navigator's statue looks pristine and new. Ooh, fancy. Looks cool. So we got a door there and a door here. I'm going to go through the small door.
Attention to detail is the key to success.
I am so happy that it pauses on traps by default. Everyone go over here. Just in case it blows up in her face.
Duty prevails.
100% chat. Okay. Okay. Navigator flesh sample. I should actually check armor. The armor's not really that much more. You're also wearing that as well. Mesh chest plate. It's just better. And you? Also wearing a mesh chest plate. I think I'm going to change you from a las pistol. Range 5. Range 10. Yeah, you got a gun. Hey! Proper gun. Doesn't go anywhere. All of these must be used for something, or hopefully will be. You got a medikit. You got a medikit. Let's give you a second one. And you. I can't wear it. It's just the same. I gave you a pistol for short range. So I'm going to give you the Ripper auto pistol. I'm going to keep you with the shotgun, probably. Maybe. The problem is he's so low range that he doesn't always get to attack. You can have the shotgun. You're hiding it somewhere. Okay. It's somewhere there. Maybe it's in your backpack. Even though it's probably bigger than your backpack. I really wish collect all...
Spare me your wailing, witch. Every voice that sounds in your mind is a whisper of the archenemy.
Hey, tell us how you really feel. I wonder what it'd be like if I was a psycho. So it's making me think that this is going to connect up to this area. However, in the Pathfinder games, you could do other things.
An expected result.
You only just succeeded, Jesus. Goods. Gloves. Noble silk gloves. The wearer gains a +5 bonus to persuasion. Am I already wearing gloves? I am. Damn it. I'm the tech use guy. Technically have the highest persuasion as well. Going to swap it out because +5 versus +3. I really want more. Tech use 30, 30, 30. Okay. Well, I got loot. Son of a bitch.
Just as I planned. This could be an opportunity.
Wait, where's the trap that we just spotted? Oh, the door is the trap. The other side of the door is the trap. I wonder if they're bad guys or not.
Let us not dawdle.
Oh, it is on this side of the door.
Never doubt me.
Never did. Okay.
Is there money to be made?
I'm gonna swap this. Let's have a look. Did you hear the screams? Move! Sir, are you all right? We can't hear anything. You're going mad, man. Mad. Now I see. You are in league with them. Is this an insurrection? Yes, indeed. Death to the traitors. I get about. Wait, what? Sir, what are you doing? Get a hold of yourself, sir. I know. You are all traitors. Traitors, all of you. They told me. They whispered. Hey, who are you? Your worst nightmare. What?
Keep your wits about you.
Thanks for the loot. I guess. More goods. H41, okay. I do love how much smoother the game is than like Pathfinder, Kingmaker, and Wrath of the Righteous.
That's how it's done.
Yep. More loot. Ooh, I'm gonna get so much money, I hope. A long las. Ooh. Carapace chest plate. Well, that's better than what I have. On me. Okay. So, a long las does a lot more damage. And it's more accurate. And it's got a longer range. And it's got more ammo. Laser weapons are effective against targets in cover and targets with high dodge. Yeah, is there any reason? Ah, I know the reason. This is if I've got enemies in a row because of penetration. Or over penetration. But we're going up against things in cover quite often. And things that dodge. It has less additional chance to hit is the only thing. But I like this. This looks like a backpack. More goods. Ooh, a locker.
I always get the job done.
Yeah, when it comes to loot. More loot. Give me all of the loot. That's not loot. This is people going mad. For some reason, the archenemy's twisted influence has found its way into the station. Oh, that's not good. Where is the child? Is she safe? The fact that the person is still alive is evidenced only by barely audible groans. We're done for! They'll kill us all! I can't take this anymore! Ah! We're done for! They'll kill us all! I can't take this anymore! Oof. You've got a name. Uve has had his tongue cut off, just like the rest of the lesser servants of House Orcelio. Ew. Ah. Can't believe there's no loot in here. You servants disappoint me. You should be stealing more from your masters so I can steal it from you. Oh hi. Awaken the cogitator spirit. But I don't have all the pieces. The cogitator's vid screen is covered in cracks and stained with dried blood. The buttons, switches and levers were ripped out of the control panel with exceptional cruelty and scattered around the sacred mechanism that now sparks and hisses in agony, still refusing to perish. Awaken the cogitator. Okay. Ooh. You turn a few of the remaining dials and pull the activation lever. The cracked vid screen of the sacred engine flickers, the cogitator's insides emit creaks and groans, and the lumens oscillate at random. It takes a while, but eventually the machine spirits do grant you access to the cogitator's systems. Quest data on the station's navigators. After a brief pause, the data appears on the vid screen. Felic Orcelio, location main hall, status alive. Theobald Orselio, location Upper Chambers, status alive. Calomira Orselio, location Upper Chambers, status deceased. Alexius Orselio, location lower levels, status deceased. Rasmus Estevan Orselio, location unknown, status deceased. How do you know if he's dead if the location's unknown? The child, location, upper chambers, biometric parameters, rapid heartbeat, elevated body temperature, stress level exceeds the permissible limit. Status, unknown error. Attention, calming procedures advised. Attention, upper chambers inaccessible. Error, the control rod is not present. If the rod has been misplaced, immediately contact the station keeper or the Navis Laboratorum custodian. Examine the log. The archive data stored on the Cogitator's local data crypt is partially corrupted, but you still manage to access the residual logs for examination. View Vox Report 12AH890. The Vox recording hisses for some time before you hear a voice. This is Officer A282. Do you copy? Several generators overheated on the lower levels. Chambers A to D are unpowered. The Tech Priest crew sent to investigate the problem is not responding. Requesting back. The officer's speech is interrupted by shouting and the recording abruptly ends. Officer H123 speaking. 200 servants have perished due to explosive decompression of the living quarters. We've located traces of mechanical interference. The preliminary cause is officer sabotage. Crews 5, 6 and 9 are cut off from the main compartment. We have enough oxygen for 20 minutes. May the Emperor save our souls. Senior station officers, this is the captain speaking. We attempted to contact the Winterscale Scion for help, but something is jamming the signal. We never received a reply and cannot be sure it was even sent in the first place. A rescue team is not coming. We are on our own, so remain vigilant. Anyone could be a traitor. You hear me? Anyone. If you are in doubt, shoot to kill. The following Vox recordings are too badly distorted to make out even a single word. Examine the recent entries of the incident log. Report X880 originator classified, date classified. The servants close to the child have started butchering one another again. An order came from above to have their remains reprocessed. Report X886 originator classified, date classified. The negotiations with the Winterscales were a success. A new batch of servants will arrive in 10 moons. Escort them to the laboratory at once. It is imperative that we increase the new retainers' resistance to the child's powers. Report X891 originator classified, date classified. Data expunged. Great. Examine the station's docking log. The log is almost completely corrupted, but you managed to recover the latest entry. Identity confirmed. Regent Aronto Orselio, date of visit classified. Reason for visit classified. Date of departure classified. Examine the security and life support logs. The yellow lights above the control panel flicker to life and a singular repeating message streams down the vid screen. Warning. Damage in technical compartments A12, B3, D8, H24. You sunk my battleship. Detected. Warning, living quarters L10, L16, L28, depressurized. Warning, unable to access the station's docking system. Warning, energy regulation system, unknown error. The station will transfer over to emergency power. Immediate evacuation of the facility is advised. Warning. View the encrypted data. Something buzzing in the Cogitator's metallic gut. Several red lumens light up above the vid screen. Required access level, security captain or above. Current access level, senior security officer. Ooh. Break through the Machine Guardian's defenses. You easily bypass the restrictions imposed on the sacred machine. The Cogitator's overloaded processors were unhappily Most of the encrypted data has been wiped. You find traces of the Purge protocol. Recovery is impossible, but a list of the most recent commands having been embedded in the machine spirit's consciousness now flits across the screen in a single creeping line. Child delete, picked flow, disable, access code, annul, station, controls, delete, activate, shuttle, self-destruct, purge, command log. Okay. Exploring the archives for a while longer yields a surviving excerpt from the guard captain's report mentioning that the security system had recently been reconfigured without his knowledge. His comment reads, "Only the keepers of the station have access to the life support systems, but Keeper Theobald had not left the child's side, and neither had I. Could it be that..." The vid screen blinks and the mechanisms in the machine's core emit a quiet hum. Switch to the main chamber controls. The cogs within the sacred mechanism slowly start turning with heavy grinding and clacking. The tired machine spirits grant you access to the station control, or at least its parts that still obey the cogitator. Open all doors on the level. That seems bad. Maybe it's if you don't have good tech use to break into doors. Main elevator controls. A few manipulations with the switches make you realize the elevator to the upper chambers is blocked. Activate the elevator. Processing query. Confirmed. Turn. Okay. Step away from the cogitator. And dialogue.
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
Was this the main? I don't think that's the main elevator. I think the main elevator. What? What was that? Heresy has found its way into the walls of this esteemed house, and it's black day. It is a black day for the Navis Nobilite. Yeah, that seems rather creepy. This child is going to be the death of us, probably. The heavy door is secured by a sophisticated mechanical lock. There must be a way to unlock it from somewhere else. Back we go. As they're running, I'm going to have a bit of chocolate. Cogitator's vid screen goes dark as if the machine spirits had fled their mechanical casket. But your assumption is incorrect. As it fills with static just a few moments later, you can barely make out an inscription amidst the flow of rapidly changing symbols. Warning, data corrupted, processing, error. 010. I'm not going to read all of that. Oh, God. Is required. What? Oh, Jesus Christ. I'm gonna make you translate this? Like, none of these seem to match. The cogitator takes a few moments to gather the data from the station's active systems. According to the report, this door has already been opened. Oh, it's going to be like main chamber or something, so maybe this. You push a few buttons on the control panel, but the system rebels and keeps resetting your commands. According to the data, the compartment you are trying to open is depressurized. Another door has already been opened. Hey, the protocol has been executed. The passage has been opened. Door has already been opened. So it's opened 2 doors. For me. Where was the other one?
Always keep your eye on the prize.
Was it this? Ooh, goods. Give me... Ooh, what are you? Grants bonus... Do we... Willpower law warp, okay. Well, I know who I'm giving that to. I think. Fancy! Oh, I just realized. Psycho rating. Or Psi rating. Definitely nothing else in there, right? This is why we go after everything.
Is there money to be made?
I hope so. Review everything, do everything because of loot. That is our motivation in everything. Okay, I'm collecting a lot of these things. Maybe I can make something with them? Like another thing, a psi crystal. Maybe these are for crafting. Flesh sample.
Just as I planned.
Hey, I succeeded. Synthetic amniotic fluid pools across the floor. Barely discernible traces stretch to the side opposite the entrance. Okay. A lot of these things. The caustic stench of reagents sears your nostrils and broken glass crunches underfoot. Somebody wanted to destroy the laboratory. Or find something. Why not both? Yay. Is it this one? No. Okay. Just wondering if there was instructions on what to do first. Problem is I can't remake the control rod, right? Transducer. Guess I click it anyway. Time passed 10 minutes. That's never a good thing when there's a time passed thing in games like this. They all just lost their minds. Please don't kill me. Okay, I don't know what I'm making with this all. I don't have a reagent flask. Do have a catalyst. I will come back to that later. Maybe.
Lesson learned.
Did you fail? And then got fatigued? You failed a 90%. Oh, and you got slower. Great.
Who thought that was a good idea? Nothing's impossible for this old officer.
Hey, we leveled up. Woo! Nothing's impossible except you're tired and old now. Jesus Christ. Okay, so we're level 5 now? Yeah, okay. 3 level up. 5. Just in case I want to do anything different. So I could use a talent, and then we get a characteristic again. I think I wanted more planned stuff. I'm just going to have more snack. I'm just really peckish today and I don't know why. I've already had dinner stroke breakfast. Shame this isn't Laz as well. I think I'm going to go for the killing plan thing. It's increased by 2 times weapon skill bonus, so 6%. Which takes me from 14 to 20%. Yeah. Yeah, I think I'm going to go for that killing plan. The thing is, I could also make it do 22% by doing that. Do I want to? When I can raise all of these skill tests. Intelligence. Because eventually, if I get even higher, which is going to be later. Yeah, let's do that. My other operative. Oh, Inflict Despair is quite good, actually. Okay. Just a 20% damage reduction and minus movement points. Oh yeah, I took stabilizing factor. It's a shame Memento's not here. So, ooh. The Psyker's psychic powers that have a range of 2 cells or more have their range increased by +2 perception. By plus perception bonus. She's +4 for her. And I could get it to +5. Here's Lightning Arc.
Should I divine our next step?
Doesn't specifically say it's a psychic power. But I'm thinking because it has Veil, it might. So I think I'm going to take that second sight thing, but I'm just waiting on this ad break. I can't believe it's been 4 hours already today, Jesus. It was right at the bottom, right? Yes. Well, the Psychic Barrage I could also do. I also like advice and guidance. So I either want more range or more damage. But advice and guidance would be great as well. I'm going to use Second Sight, and then I'm going to go for Perception. Like, yeah, to make it a +5 bonus. And next time I get the chance, I'll upgrade ballistic skill for that barrage. That won't be for a little while. Total talents, common talents. Okay, so we get a decent chunk. Oh, this is abilities. Ooh. Even more stuff. Ooh, you can get pyromancy. Man. Oh, that's going to be a fun level up next. Let's go do the soldier. Wait. You get... Oh. That's fun. You don't all get the same sort of things. Like, the operatives had the same thing. I want to... Probably ballistic skill. But maybe perception. Reduces enemy dodge chance is the thing that I'm worried about. But I might just do ballistic skill. The base hit chance for ranged attacks within a weapon's effective range is 30 plus ballistic skill %. Okay, I'm just going to go for ballistic. And you get an ability. The soldier immediately dashes in the selected direction, spending all their movement points, does not provoke attacks of opportunity, allows the soldier to dash through allies and enemies but not through obstacles, can only be used once per round. Controlled shot. The soldier gives a sign that they are about to open fire. The soldier and their allies will automatically dodge the soldier's next attack. Does that include, I don't know, grenades? Entrench. The soldier immediately spends all their AP and movement points and gains a plus 30% bonus to cover efficiency. The next time a soldier uses run and gun, they gain back all spent AP and MP plus 1 additional AP. It also resets the cooldown of all other soldiers' abilities except for run and gun. Holy crap. The next ranged area attack made by the soldier deals 50 plus 10 times ballistic skill bonus damage. What? So right now that's 100% bonus damage and has an additional dodge reduction, which would be a 20% dodge reduction. Oh, that's good. But it is a ranged area attack. The soldier's next burst attacks will have its rate of fire doubled but deal 25% less damage. All the shots will follow random trajectories. Only works with weapons capable of burst fire. You mean like a bolter? Eight bolter shots. Burst fire is also AoE area attack, right? The dash is nice as well. Probably one of these two. Although Entrench could be amazing. Though, cover is useless against las weapons. I'm going to do the bonus damage. More Daka. And now we have a warrior. You get to choose an ability and a skill instead. I already have Endure, Sworn Enemy. The warrior marks a target, gaining, in this case, Wait. Oh, he's fatigued. So it would be 5 if he wasn't fatigued. So that would be 20% bonus armor and 2 plus 4. Because I'm counting as if not fatigued. Bonus. So 6 bonus damage on melee attacks against that target. If the target attacks the warrior during this round, the warrior gains plus 1 AP once per round. Okay. Reckless Strike. The warrior's next melee attack gains... Oh, okay. 5 times strength bonus, which says plus 40, plus 4. So 20% armor penetration and extra damage equal to 8 and ignores some of their parry. Every enemy who survives an attack enhanced by this ability will attack the warrior in return, including creatures with ranged weapons. Does that mean they trigger an attack of opportunity from me if they use a ranged weapon? In which case, I will attack back. The warrior gathers all their strength for a crushing strike. The next melee attack pushes the enemy away. The distance of that push is equal to K. So 3 cells. The warrior screams at their enemies to draw their attention and becomes a priority target of any enemy who fails a willpower resistance test. The target that enemies will attack first if able. Okay, just making sure it was a proper taunt. The warrior gains the slash ability with agility bonus divided by 2 charges for this round. Slash cannot be used in the same round as charge. The warrior dashes through an enemy to the cell on the enemy's opposite side and makes a melee attack with 50% reduced damage. Can be applied only once for 1 target per round. Does not provoke an attack of opportunity. I kind of want to do taunt. Then skills. What is your best skill? It's the athletics ones. But I don't have anyone with Medicaid right now. Be best with me for Medicaid, actually. I think I'm going to go with athletics just to keep his strength where it has a strength. Okay. Even though he failed this and got tired. The effect will be removed at the end of combat. If gained outside of combat, visit the void ship to remove. That sucks. Okay.
I dare not provoke the whispers.
Nope. A control rod is required, so I have to make it. Okay. Let's head back. If I can even get here, there seems to be like no proper doors. Oh, wait a minute. We're going to be like, can't get through. Because we need to do an athletics check. You've already done.
Experience. Nothing matters more.
Okay. Wasn't there a make control rod thing here? Did I already do it and forget? Oh, control rod.
Oh, it's a peculiar thing.
Lost it. Damn it. Oh, goods. Crystal dust. Okay. Meteorite dust. Don't know if this is the right thing to do. Oh, catalyst.
Let us not dawdle.
For science. I may reload this. Mutated flint. Oh, reagent, more like it.
What do we have here?
Do we have here? Elixir of warp neutrality. Grants immunity to warp damage and inflicts a -10 penalty to fellowship, but the user can't deal warp damage until the end of combat. There's gotta be a correct combination. Hang on. I'm gonna reload. Except I can't remember what I put in there. On Spirit, you completed the prologue. You visited all this. No, your achievements are just wrong. I did not do any of what that just said. It just told me you completed the prologue and you visited. What was it? You visited all the systems in the Cronus Expanse. No. I think your achievements are busted. So I did this one. And then I did this one. And I did the first one before. That didn't work. That broke the machine. Okay. So somehow I accidentally made the right thing before? What? I'm only reloading because loot. It's very important. Okay, so there's got to be something that tells me. We've discovered that the corrupted flesh of the mutated reacts most unusually to the crystals we purchased from the Winterscale dynasty. Strongly recommend finally grinding the reagent to catalyze the reaction. Do not use acid under any circumstances. Trust me, you will not like having to tend to the burns for the next dozen turns in a row. Okay. So this one malfunctioned. Wonder if that's why it's called OK. Crystal dust, which is funnily in the shape of a bottle. Do not use acid. Oh, I see. Wait, I did use acid though before. Okay. And then it was the corrupted flesh. Okay. Quick save. Reagent. You. Catalyst flask. You. Because it didn't mention mutated. No, that was the wrong one. No. Come back. Come back. Okay.
This could be an opportunity.
Adaptive antidote. Grants immunity to toxic damage and inflicts a -10 penalty to toughness until the end of combat. I'll take that one. So, what's this one say? So we've read that. Adamantine dust and black water. Black water. Adamantine dust. This was the worst idea that could have entered my mind. God Emperor be praised, I am lucky to still have my head on my shoulders after this reckless experiment. Nevertheless, we did make an important discovery. The adamantine seems to protect the frail flesh of the lowborn to a degree. Having said that, not even the macerator can handle its temper. So we should probably introduce a more complex compound into the formula. All the data related to the experiment were recorded to Datacrypt OH. U. And then just a normal flesh sample. I have a feeling that the chunk of meteorite found by Keeper Felix subjects is completely useless, although its shining granules could be used to make new paints for the child. Yes, I think I'm going to do exactly that. Okay. You. You. And you. What? No, that one should have worked. Right? I'm done with the experiment. Okay. Reload, because loot is important. This is like the only time that I'm going to save scum. I'm going to try and keep all of my horrible mistakes, but not for loot. That is out of the question. But that should have worked. I can only turn it on now. Because that's what I put in there. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, that sucks. I have to go back and do it. Sorry. I'm going to have a quick drink as well. Okay. So it was the okay, the biogel, the bottles, and the mutated flesh. It mentioned a better... Okay.
This is intriguing.
We got the same thing back. Right, good. Quick save. This time. So we've done that one. Oh, Jesus, that's a lot of stuff. Thing is, the catalyst. Adamantine dust and black water. That's black water. It's the adamantine dust. Normal flesh sample. Oh. No, wait, that's the right way around. And you. Thing is, it mentions using a better catalyst, was it? A more complex compound into the formula. Because this is what I did before. Right? OH. Yeah. This broke it. I'm going to try the other combination. And if this doesn't work, then I'm going to swap things slightly. I think that's right. You're right. Oh, no. I'm just not doing what I said I was going to do. I'm going to try the acid. That did something.
What do we have here?
That gives me the warp neutrality, which means the last thing to test is this, which the warp neutrality I think I made by mistake before. Then that explodes. So let's just try one more thing, because I know swapping the acid for the black water did something else. It did that warp neutrality thing, but I want to try swapping the tissue sample. So the tissue sample. Huh. I guess one of them just doesn't want to work. I'm going to take that warp neutrality crap. Although I suppose I could just swap everything out, like the navigator flesh. Yeah. Okay, last reload. Last quick load, I should say. Because I want to test. Okay. So it was you, the acid, that, and the normal flesh sample. And then it succeeds, and then the rest we can't do. And it's very loud. Okay. Then we leave. Can still use the transducer as well. So we need to go back and use the elevator, which it said I didn't have the control rod for, but I do now.
Compared to naval service, that was barely a challenge.
Control rod is required.
I refuse.
I have a control rod. You dealt with the threat and powered the elevator. Well done. I trust you brought the activation rod as well. Remember, every second of hesitation may cost my mistress her life. Adira suddenly cocks her head and drives her nails deep into her shoulder. Then she starts mumbling. The crossroads. There are two paths, both stained with blood, both leading to the accursed eye. They all wear masks, so poor and flimsy, they fall at the slightest touch, one hiding a blind man, another a traitor. Tell me more, what paths? I cannot say. One is paved with blind faith, the other with hatred and treachery. Both lead to tragedy. You simply have to decide what kind of tragedy you like the most. Who is who? Who do you see behind the masks? My whisperers are giggling nastily. They will not speak. The naughty little things. They say that tearing off the masks is your concern. Thank you, everything is clear now. Adira nods tiredly and glances at Felik out of the corner of her eye. This station has enough problems without your sorcery, psycho. Felik waves Adira off and looks at you expectantly. Keep the key. There is darkness swirling in Felik Orselio's bottomless eyes as he bares his sharp teeth in a defensive snarl. Care to explain yourself, scion of the von Valancius dynasty? What is the meaning of this? Who is the child mentioned in the documents and reports found on the station? You meddled with something that should have been left alone. The keeper folds his arms and shakes his head disapprovingly. The child is what the station's servants call Lady Cassia. For the commoners' dirty mouths must not sully her name by uttering it. You see, it is not beneficial for all servants to have their vocal organs altered. Some prove to be more useful when they are still able to speak. The madmen who fought were convinced that we were the traitors. Felik gives an indifferent shrug. That's why they are insane. Will you really heed the ramblings of retainers who dared to raise their hand against the scions of a noble bloodline? The servants alone cannot be blamed for what happened on the station. Most corpses I've discovered were either unarmed or feeble. Did you really think mere servants could plan a coup? The senior officers are just as guilty. Half of my guards butchered one another because they suspected treason. As for the real culprit, the coup was staged by those closest to the mistress. Destroying the shuttles, shutting off the power, and disabling the security systems. Too many things required special access. Access available only to the keeper of the station. As I'm sure you are aware, there were two keepers of the station. Your guess is absolutely correct. Theobald Orselio, the demented old man obsessed with Lady Cassia and her power, and also the one to blame for the woes that have befallen Urak 5 and our noble line. I saw the security captain's report. Only the keepers have access to the station's systems, but Theobald stayed at his side the entire time and could not have initiated the self-destruct protocol. Which means he did it before the report was filed, or maybe after, or... Felik's stern face twists in disgust. You dare suspect me of what happened? The one who is going out of his way to preserve what little there is left? By the God Emperor, you will keep these slanderous accusations to yourself. I listened to a recording of a private conversation between the station's officers. You were very lenient toward them, purposefully neglecting the security protocols. I was lenient, this is true, and in the end I paid a steep price for it. Just look at the destruction around us. The insurgents have left almost nothing of my home. The Keeper spits out the last few words with particular bitterness. I'm just going to accuse him. He seems like a bit of a douche. Enough lies, Felek. I am certain that you are the one behind this coup. Felek nods warily. I suppose it is time to remove my mask. Congratulations, you've got me, but did you really expect me to be sincere this entire time? To welcome you with open arms, an ally of Tisiphone and her monster, the accursed child who has tormented the navigators of House Arcelio for years. Don't make me laugh. You arrived to help her completely destroy our house, and I cannot let that happen. Hi Gianni, how are you today? I hope you're well. Thank you for the resub, especially with Prime. I appreciate it because you could use it anywhere. But you use it here. Welcome into the grim dark future of the 41st millennium. And guess what? People are traitorous and betray us. Yay! Okay. What are you babbling about? I know nothing of this Tisiphone or monsters of any kind. You do not? Felek hesitates for quite a while. In that case, accept my sincere apology for the deception and my earlier behaviour. I had no intention of making an enemy of a von Valancius heir, nor of destroying the station that served as my home for many years. They left me no choice. You cannot even imagine what monster lurks in the upper chambers. An evil, a plague, a pestilence on our bloodline that seeks to destroy House Arcelio from within. And Theobald and his followers, just mindless fanatics serving this evil. Lady Cassia is a scion of a merciless tyrant, but it is not her relation to Tisiphone that is terrifying. She is a monster whose powers drive servants insane in mere turns. A cursed child who can kill a navigator from the Arcelio bloodline with just a look. I alone managed to get close enough to her over the years. She lowered her guard and trusted me. And at long last I rid my house of the curse. This is the truth. I kind of want to take them as a navigator. I don't like this guy. If your cursed child agrees to become my navigator, I will gladly rid you of this burden. You do not understand. This is... Felix stops mid-sentence, makes a brief pause, and then nods to himself. You are correct. This may work. It certainly is possible. You are going to need this charm. Felix hands you a precious stone without a setting. Its luminous surface remains cold to the touch, no matter how long you hold it in your hand. If you manage to press it against the monster's skin, whether by force or by guile, the baleful influence of her powers will recede. You'll be able to take her and leave this station. Okay. Great. Although she looks awesome. Holy crap. The pale figure with unnaturally long limbs stands with her arms raised. Will you shut up? Her hands deformed with talon-like nails. Her deathly pale face is coated with blood that continually streams from her scarlet-misted eyes. Her spiny gills, slightly hidden under her dishevelled hair, twitched nervously at your approach. So obnoxious! Jesus! Only now do you notice the third eye on the young woman's forehead, hidden by a jewelled ornament. When your eyes meet, you sense overwhelming, soul-smothering power. As I have to sound. Jesus. It's not SFX. Oh God, it's voice. Why would you make that actual voice and not background? Jesus. As the otherworldly creature's gaze slides over you, your entire core shudders in terror. Flashes of past warped nightmares re-emerge from the shadows of your memory and paralyze your will. You gasp for air in terror, drowning under a crashing wave of pain. You cannot catch your breath. Hot tears burn on your cheeks. Why is this happening? Why is it happening to you? Why do you feel so lonely and in so much pain? Do these feelings even belong to you? Idira emits something between a moan and a drawn-out whimper. Ow, ow, ow. As if my own little pals weren't bad enough. Now this one's barging into my head? Someone stop her. Or somebody stop her. Heresy. Argenta looks at the tall figure with a strange mixture of anger and sadness. Then she lowers her head and her white hair veils her face. Well, I'm Iconoclast follower. Overcome the crushing despair. I know why I am here, and so I will stand strong against any illusion. You direct all your attention inward to your heart, currently shackled by another's suffering. Under the gaze of your burning inner eye, the despair and pain begin to dwindle. The darkness in your soul dissipates, the lump in your throat shrinks, and you discover that you are standing in front of a bizarre creature, a young woman whose tears you seem to have dried along with your own. Okay. She warily shakes her head and lets out a drawn-out sound similar to both a sob and the howl of a small wounded animal. What is happening? Jesus, this is obnoxious design. I mean, it's the warp, it's supposed to be terrible. Psychic powers and everything, but it's more annoying than anything. What is happening? Was someone calling my name? Were all the betrayers dead already? And you? Who are you? Zera von Valancius. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Unease settles over her features and she nods cautiously. Pardon my manners, Zera. I did not expect to make such gracious acquaintance in such a time of great sorrow for our house. What is this? I feel faint. The heavy-set old man who has been kneeling nearby erupts into low sobs. His eyes, swollen from crying, dart desperately around the room, as though the veil of ignorance has just been ripped away from them. The child, Lady Cassia, where are you? Sacred child, throne preserve. Despite his venerable age, the navigator leaps up and rushes to the young woman's side. You! The old man shifts, revealing his face to you. It is threaded with jet-black veins, and his bulging milky eyes bear a striking resemblance to those of a dead fish. A sickly sweet scent assaults your nostrils, as if the old man's flesh is rotting inside his decaying husk. My eyes fail me, for they are unable to make you out as either enemy or ally. I'm warning you, one wrong move will bring the wrath of House Orselio down upon your head. Watch out, Lord Captain. This one's so deranged it's making the whispers shriek like crazy. He might just open that eye of his. Threatening the head of the dynasty is a grave offence, esteemed whoever you are. Abelard places a hand on his weapon. Okay. Straight up murder. I'm gonna try and persuade. I like it how it's commerce. Wait. I could succeed at either of these, no matter what. Well, I'm a crime lord, so it's all about business. I mean you no harm. I came to seek the navigators as aid. I'll grant that you do not look like pirates who have come coveting the riches of a wrecked station or like scoundrels in Felix's service. So who are you? Zera von Valancius, rogue trader. Another rogue trader in our corner of the galaxy? How interesting. Your kind always make an appearance in desperate times, ready to cut a deal that benefits one side alone. Given that you have not so far drawn your weapons, your intentions are probably peaceful, and so House Orcelio now asks a service of you. Save the life of the child in exchange for future cooperation. Do not hurry to answer, think on it. You can make yourself an ally or an enemy of our house today. You decide. What is the curse that has taken hold of everyone in this room? Theobald frowns. Curse? You do not understand the sacred gift given to our child. When the child is sad, we all weep. When the child smiles, we all laugh giddily. And if the child wants blood, the world turns to crimson. The child's will is the will of the great Tisiphone, for she is the heir of House Orcelio. They call me dangerous with my witchcraft, Idira mutters under her breath. What service do you ask of me? I'm not going to insult him. Hope glimmers in the navigator's milky eyes. Save the sacred child, take her away from this station. I fear I do not have long left. A bluish rivulet trickles down the old man's chin, and he wipes the mutated blood brusquely? I've never seen that word. This is not briskly. Away with his sleeve, unless it's... Yeah, it's not briskly. Unless it's a spelling mistake, I don't know. You glimpse strange burns covering his flesh under his clothing. The slightest movement must be causing him unbearable pain, and he ran. Ooh. Save the child and deliver her safely to Regent Aronto, acting head of House Orcelio in the Coronis Expanse. Rest assured that the reward will be worth your effort. I know we came here for a navigator, but after everything we've seen, I got some reservations about this girl. Argenta looks at Cassia, and a painful furrow appears on her brow. Such a fragile thing with such a heavy burden upon her shoulders. You are talking as though you expect to die here. Theobald shrugs indifferently. My service to the house is coming to an end. The wounds Felix inflicted on my flesh will never heal. I am dying. Praise the throne, slowly enough to see that the child is taken care of. You need help. There is a Medicae on my ship. But Theobald only shakes his head. No, I am the keeper of Urac 5 and I will perish along with my station. On that note, I have other matters to attend to. I want to know what happened between you and Felix. Felix is my wayward student. He came to Urac 5 as a callow youth. I personally mentored him and entrusted him with the care of the child. He was like a son to me, but he proved to be just another traitor. He sought to steal our most precious treasure, the heir of our house, our sacred child, to revel in power with others like him, casting our house into the abyss, to pervert the centuries-long traditions of our family. You can see the fruits of his villainy for yourself. He decided he was not bound by his duties to the legacy of the greatest of our Novitors, Tisiphone or Celio, who led our house to prosperity for countless years. Foolish boy. The renegades clouded his mind. They sought to seize control of the dynasty before the sacred child had come of age and taken up the Novitor's throne. Okay. So choose whose side you are on, a murderous traitor or the lawful scion of a noble house. Theobald speaks these words softly, looking at the unconscious woman with reverence. How could you lose control of your own station? Do not thrust my errors in my face. I am twice your age, and twice as wise. Take my advice. Trust no one but yourself and the Emperor. Even those closest to you will betray you for gold, power, or a far-fetched idea of a bright future. Felix said that the child is a monster, a legacy of tyranny that must be wiped out. And you believe him? After everything is done to the station? Felix only wishes to dispose of the heir and take the reins in his blood-stained hands. Do not besmirch Lady Cassia's good name. The child is the holiest and most innocent creature on this entire station. I believe I have made my decision. I do kind of like the last one as well. I'm going to say Felix is a true monster. Let's do away with him together. He was a douche and I want to murder him. Theobald dips his head in favour of the proposition. Allies are always welcome, even temporary ones. I will revive the child. Do not be alarmed. The power of House Orcelio's heir will help us to destroy our enemies and shield us from Felix's navigator forces. But you, rest for a time before the battle. Okay. You say rest. I want to find loot. I hate it when while no one appears to be living in the cage, somebody still filled the trough with dried fruit and fresh water. It is as if the painting was rendered by several different hands. The timid, uncertain lines are interlaced with rough and furious strokes coming together in arcane shapes. Is there anything to loot? Is there anything to loot? Is there anything to loot? I want the loot. I am disappointed so far that there's no loot. The Lady Navigator's private library is brimming with essays, novels, and personal accounts from the trailblazers and explorers of the Imperium. Hey, there's loot! Requisitioning them. The luxurious feast was left untouched. Waste of food. Ever-bleeding wound. This injury was caused by Navigator warp powers and it is untreatable by any known means. It will slowly and inexorably lead to death. Ow. Well, this may be an ally something of convenience. We shall follow you. Well, I've rested up. Do I just leave now and activate the elevator? Also, how much do I need? Not that lot. No, not that lot. Not that much. It is about time we repay those who betrayed our house. Come! To battle! Rogue trader, you treasonous worm, I knew I should have killed you. Now's your chance. That is enough, boy. You betrayed the child, our house, and Tisiphone herself. Surrender. I am the savior of our house. I am prepared to pay the ultimate price. Kill them! It's not going to go well.
I'll make an example out of you.
You dare cross the faithful?
But first, there's an ad about to start. So I'm going to start it. Or trigger it. There we go. So now we wait 3 minutes. I get to have more snacks and drink. Wait, what's this debuff? Or buff? Discolored visions. Permanent. The world around feels less vivid. Perception, willpower, and dodge are reduced by 10. Oh, that's awesome. Thanks. Jesus. She still has a lot of dodge. Oh wow, your agility is really high. I did not know. The music's okay. I might actually turn that up a smidge. Yeah, that's a little bit better. Okay. So it starts at Argenta goes first. I'm guessing that's because she has super high agility. You have 58 health. Okay. Argenta, you can go here. Abelard's just like, fight. Yeah, their hit points are going up quite a bit now. Mine haven't really changed that much. Oh, Adira gets to go first anyway. Oh, that's cool. Did not realize that. Okay. She can't see them. She can see them there. Okay. Could just kill one straight
I know
up.
what is to come.
Yeah.
Anything else?
Yeah. Anything else? This.
On it.
Nice. I also forgot to check the range now. 10 cells still. 12 cell. Because I did take it right. Increase range. Second sight, yeah. I forgot to check. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, this. So this isn't the psychic power lightning arc. This is probably because it's a weapon power. Even though it has the veil thing, this definitely has more than 12 range. If this is 10, yeah, okay. So the powers are abilities. These aren't effects. Right, okay, I get it. I get it. Hey, Argenta. How do you feel about moving here and going with bam, 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 bam with concentrated fire?
I'll do it.
There's no point doing, well, 1 AP less. This will be less accurate. In fact, that guy can't really be hit until this guy dies, probably. You know what? Screw it. Run and gun. Pew pew pew.
None can escape the Emperor's judgment.
So good. Guess what? Now I got another shot. Miss. Oh well. My turn? Oh, you're in cover. Wait a minute. I have a las piss. I have a long las. So I can actually hit you.
Who, if not me?
Expose weakness. Actually, in fact, I have surefire plan.
I'll see to it personally. It's as good as done.
Okay, expose weakness. Damage doesn't increase at all, it just uses more AP, which... I'll use it, I've got the AP for it.
The best defense is a good offense.
36! Because I crit. My crit rate is 35%. Hit chance increased over 95%. Oh, that's how it works. I had a chance to hit of 105%, but it caps at 95. But if you go above that, it turns it into crit rate. I like that. So there's always a chance for you to miss. A 1 in 20 and that one, essentially. But if you do have more, turning it all into crit, that is actually really, really good. Because it means that it's not wasted. Oh, I like that change. Don't know if it's like that in a TTRPG, I doubt it, because I don't think enemies have as much... I don't think characters have as many hit points as these do. Or as many levels. Oh, that was nice. That was not as nice. Well, Lady Cassia's defender died for her. Hey, Abelard. Can you charge him? Not at that distance. What about from here? Oh, yeah, you can hit him from there. That's good, because then we can have a talk with him.
A tactically sound approach.
Whoa.
It will be done.
Deaded. Nice. Now we just have to clean up the rest. Who's using a shotgun at range? You're dead anyway, according to the story that you gave us. Oh, you just got burned. Yeah, warp powers are kinda crazy. Veil degradation hasn't changed at all, it's still at 0. Despite all these warp powers that Cassie is using. Wait, can you not move? You have 0 movement points. Why do you have 0 movement? I do not know. I mean, it says you're winded, but I don't think that removes your movement. Because I don't want to hit Cassia. You figured that would miss. This is why I like clarity more than anything in a game. I want to understand why I can't do something. Like why? That's all I want to know, just why.
Be gone. Will do.
Wait, she goes again? Wait. What? Why did she go again? So confused. Not gonna question it though.
Guided by faith!
Sorry, Theobald. My bad. Oops.
I'll see to it personally.
I crit again? Okay, I like my crits. I like them a lot.
Who if not me? I'll see to it personally.
She bonked him upside the head with a staff. And I think it broke this guy. Nope. I'm guessing you knocked them prone in slow motion. Why are we all in slow motion? What is going on? Are you gonna shoot? I didn't press anything for it to go in slow motion, by the way. The game just decided for itself. And we're back at normal speed. Except I'm locked to this guy. Oh, nope, slow motion still. I'm going to heal. The game really, really likes this guy. What is going on? No. Shoot them. Miss them. Abelard's turn? I'm still camera stuck on this one.
I've seen worse battles than this in my time.
Have you? Have you really, Abelard? Because I can't move. Oh, he's moving in slow motion. I can't save mid-combat. Oh, this is so funny.
I'd rather not.
Yeah. Like, the camera is literally stuck on this guy. Is there any controls? F. Controls. There's a mod menu? Speed up enemies' turns. Guess this is currently allies' turns. Oh god, I pressed... Damn it. Oh, that hit cover. Hey, Dara, I need you to just go here. And scream at them. There she goes in slow motion. It's excruciating.
No, this is your burden, child. Survive. Return to the fold of your house as your destiny demands.
Theobald coughs up bluish blood. The armor plate on his chest is perforated in a few places, and there is a tangle of metal and viscera where his abdomen ought to be. When the navigator's pale eyes find Cassia, he quietly rasps.
No! Don't leave me alone in this violet-brown haze! Wake up! Your mistress is giving you an order! Do you hear me?
Cassia looks at the navigator's body in bewilderment, and you are overwhelmed with an inexplicable sense of loneliness and grief.
He was a fine seer of the war. He fought for his mistress until the end.
Yeah, no. Enough's enough. I've had my fill of waterworks, thank you.
Dira briskly wipes away her tears with pointed determination. I regret that we had to meet under such circumstances.
What need have I for your regrets? I just want things to go back to the way they were before.
Cassia looks sorrowfully at the destruction around her.
What are you going to do to me?
I'm going to offer her a deal, one that she can't refuse. Lady Cassia, let us aid one another. Become my navigator, and I shall restore you to House Orselio at the earliest opportunity.
I beg your pardon, but what about my servants? Your Act 5 is still full of people loyal to House Orselio.
I like 2 or 3. But I'm gonna be real with her. Because we do need people. All who can be saved will be given succor on board my ship. Plus, just reminds me of all the times in Final Fantasy XIV. The Lady Navigator ponders your words for a short while.
Accompanying a rogue trader on their travels is an honor for any navigator. Let us go. I can no longer bear the sight of the deathly pale shadows that drape the bodies of the fallen.
Yeah, you go on ahead. I'll be with you right in a minute. Oh, she's a part of the... I can take her? Oh, she's a companion? Let's just... where is it? Newest to oldest. Collect all. Collect all. Collect all. Oh, all of these over here. Collect all.
Do you require an audience?
I wonder how many active party members I can have. If it's like Pathfinder, it should be 6, but it might not be. However, we need to check what loot we got. Ritobi pattern lasgun. Damage is low, but it has a rate of fire of 4. So technically, oh, but no armor pen as well. So technically speaking, it does what, 24 to 32 damage? Shotgun. Tactical goggles. Chance to hit and chance to critical hit. You really need a chance to hit. You can't wear it. You can't wear it. You can. It doesn't give you the helmet. But you are a party member. Castigating 5. Enemies targeted by the navigator powers gain a -5 penalty to all their characteristics until the end of the navigator's next turn. This penalty stacks and is renewed every time the same enemy becomes the target of the navigator's powers. Ooh. Thrice Pioneer's Braces. Every time the wearer deals damage, the target's weapon skill and ballistic skill is reduced by -5 for 2 rounds, stacking up to 3 times. Although, no, I already have gloves, never mind. Infusing. Allies targeted by the navigator powers gain a +5 bonus to all their characteristics till the end of the navigator's next turn. This bonus stacks and is prolonged until the navigator's next turn every time it stacks. Okay. Deadshot stub revolver. Didn't I give you... Oh, you don't... You can't use it. You can't use it. I can't use it. Oh, because of strength? Okay. Auto gun. Rate to fire is 6. No, I think I'm good. I'm good. The only thing that I might change is give me this. Well, you know what? I could always just do this and carry two las guns. It's always an option. I should probably level her up. Oh, she's an officer. Okay. The officer grants an ally an extra turn. That's where I got it from. Although with full AP and MP, when Argenta got an extra turn, she couldn't move though. During the extra turn, there is no attack limit. I'm sorry, what? That's insanely good. Oh, she needs fellowship. Hey, yes, close it. Argenta. Argenta, right? No. You. Give me that cloak. This helps if she gets surrounded. Okay. I wish swapping between character and inventory didn't reset to the first person and just you could switch between them. Inspire courage. Whenever the officer targets an ally with an ability for the first time in a round, that ally gains 5 temporary wounds. Officers use their willpower and fellowship to improve the combat. Yeah. Core focus, extra turns, single target buffs, rescuing allies, momentum. Origin talents. Unknown. Data deleted. Navigator. Ooh, she's dogmatic, which is why she can wear that damn thing. The 2 and no movement points. That's what she used on Argenta. Okay. Oh, this is the heroic act. I see. Well, let's level you up. Probably willpower. Though maybe starting her on fellowship could be good as well. So do I want to get her to 60 on this? Or start working on fellowship for other features? Lidla's stare is like really strong. Okay, right. So I'm gonna do Fellowship because she's an officer. She does not have a lot of health. It's damaged by the navigator suffer perception bonus additional damage from warp damage. It stacks. Every even, second, fourth, etc. turn, the navigator gains an additional action point. Every odd turn, the navigator gains plus 20 perception. Every enemy the navigator has in their line of sight has its dodge and hit chance reduced by the perception bonus times 2. That is insane. Navigator path powers deal +1 additional damage for every 5 bonus characteristic of the navigator's currently equipped staff. Okay. Castigating, infusing, and devastating counters characteristics for this talent. Wait, what? Whenever a creature in combat gains an extra turn, the navigator gains a stacking +5 bonus to willpower until the end of combat. She grants the extra turns, Jesus. The navigator makes all resistance tests with their willpower if it is higher than the base characteristic for such test. If the navigator's willpower is higher than their toughness, the navigator's wounds are calculated according to their willpower. Oh, that's pretty good. If the navigator's perception is higher than their agility, their dodge is calculated using perception instead. Whenever the navigator uses a navigator ability, Veil Degradation is reduced by -1. The navigator heals willpower bonus wounds at the beginning of every turn and gains +1 additional wound for every navigator talent taken. The heal increases by +1 for every creature killed in between the navigator's turns. Who are you? Jesus. These are all amazing. Damn the Sea of Souls. It stacks with every apply. Jesus. Everything stacks. This is pretty good as well. This would get me, yeah, +1. This would constantly go up the more of these that I take. Like, the only other one that I would want was it Mind Over Matter? Yeah. To get you more wounds. And just to help with everything. The only problem is this helps you with your office. Oh wait, talent. I have this to go as well. Okay. Range of the officer's abilities increased by +3. The officer's resolve is increased. Blood of Martyrs. Whenever an ally uses a heroic act, that ally gains temporary wounds that equal 10% of their maximum wounds plus resolve. If the officer uses an ability on an ally, that ally gains a bonus to their perception and a ballistic skill equal to fellowship bonus. These bonuses stack. Half of the stacks rounded up are lost at the end of the target's turn. Okay. More than possible. They finish their extra turn using this ability with 0 AP. They will suffer willpower bonus direct damage. I'm going to just take, where was it? Mind Over Matter? Calculated according to their willpower. So 24 wounds. That should go up. I'm going to do willpower though this time. Because we have a +12 now to this. Complete. 33 wounds. She has the most health in the party. She's supposed to be squishy. But I guess if she's alive, at least I can tell people what to do. Okay. Quick save. And let's get out of here. I have a drink. I would like to sell and buy stuff. I'll see what is available. Oh, here we go. Please be voice acted, please be voice acted, please. Hey, my chair turns. Damn it. Not voice acted. Lord Captain, Lady Navigator, welcome aboard. The Sanctum Navis has been prepared for the communion ritual, but if the Lady Navigator wishes to rest in her quarters first... Your heart starts beating furiously, your breaths become short and choppy, and your fingertips tingle unpleasantly. You notice that Vigdis is shivering slightly, and the crew are glancing around in puzzlement, searching for the source of this sudden wave of unease. It's her. Without even looking at the Voxmaster, Cassia waves her away. First, I wish to speak with the rogue trader. Leave us. Of course. When you are ready for the ritual, please let me know. Cassia sweeps her pensive gaze over Vigdis, then, lowering her lashes slightly, turns to you. What did you wish to speak about? After a few seconds of hesitation, Cassia lets out a small exhale. and then raises her pointed chin. Damn it! I want voice acting! I have not yet thanked you for saving me on the station. My thoughts were clouded with so much mournful ash when Theobald's heart stopped, but you acted honourably and did not exploit me in my wretched position, and for that I am immeasurably grateful. I am also deeply grateful that you saved my servants, especially my valet. Uwe served on the station for more than 5 years, much longer than any who preceded him. He knows how to properly attend to me during journeys through the Immaterium, and what to serve me for breakfast. His presence envelops me in a cloak of amber. But now, Cassia throws back her shoulders, I am ready to go to the Sanctum Navis and perform the sacred rite. I require brushes, canvas, and the best paints you have on board, but no red. Why are you asking for these items? Now is not the time to indulge in painting. It's probably how she deals with the warp, kind of like the doorway that Irina has. Irida? You are asking questions, the answers to which you cannot comprehend. Perhaps I may explain it all to you at a later time, but now our time is too precious to waste. As a navigator of House Orselio, I give you my word that without canvas and paint we have little hope of a smooth journey through the warp. I have no reason to lie. Tell me more about what the ritual entails. I doubt the uninitiated could understand the mysteries of navigation, but I shall try to explain the essence of it. I must merge my mind and will with the machine spirit of the ship so that I become one with the vessel. Cassia lifts a lock of hair from the back of her neck, revealing gilded implant ports. After that, I use the House Orselio ritual, which I am loath to reveal to you, to free my mind of all errant thoughts, and then it is time to open my third eye and peer into the depths of the warp itself. Among the nightmarish visions, mirages, and creatures of the abyss, only the light of the Emperor is the truth that will lead me from star to star, from system to system. Oh, the light, the guiding thread so fine it can slip from one's grasp at any moment. Cassia unfurls her hand as though dropping something. But you have nothing to worry about. The navigators of House Orselio never lose their course. Why do you refuse red paint? Cassia gestures toward the servant standing behind her. Uwe will give of his blood before the ritual, as always. Okay. We shall ensure that all the necessary supplies are delivered to the Sanctum Navis. Cassia nods in thanks. I shall take my leave of you for the duration of the rite. I ask that you do not follow me if you can survive the gaze of my warp eye when it is opened. Oh, yay! Voxmaster's back. Lord Captain, I will oversee the open channel between the Lady Navigator and the bridge, and may the Emperor's light help us all. Dira Talas is a Psyche diviner in the service of rogue trader von Valantius, daughter of a distant... Son of a bitch! Oh, the Voxcaster in the Sanctum Navis picks up the susurration of clothes, pious chanting, and the metallic clicking of implants. Then the serene voice of Lady Navigator breaks the silence, initiating initiating communion ritual. Come here, Uwe, or Uwe, Uwe, Uwu. God damn it. The exultant ring of metal freed from its scabbard, the low sob of the servant, the rhythmic drip of liquid on canvas, the faint whisper of the brush. Go, footsteps hurrying away. I see violet vortexes lashing an ocean with a million flails. and umber shadows spinning over the surface in a fiery dance, a storm rising above foaming waters, armadas drowning in fog. The path from one end to another cannot be seen. And here, beyond the wall of glass, a daughter forsaken by her father yearns for her brother, and the sun's pale disk goes in tireless pursuit of her. No, of me. Its frozen rays lie that spring is here. The light is deadened. The great ruler is gone. The Voxmaster recoils at Cassia's words and accidentally snaps one of the cogitator levers. The panel beneath her fingers emits sparks and the Voxcaster falls silent. She quickly flips a series of switches and bows guiltily. My abject apologies for cutting off the broadcast, Lord Captain. I've never heard the warp speaking through a navigator before. The connection is restored. It will not happen again. I love some... You could be an absolute bastard in this game. Voxmaster, see to it that you receive 5 lashes for this show of clumsiness. What is happening to Cassia? It's like you ask them to punish themselves and then ask what's happening. Leave the Lady Navigator undisturbed. Soul-shredding screams drown out the Vox transmission. The servants in the Sanctum Navis are howling and shrieking like wild beasts, maybe? Moaning in pain, their throat raw from the strain. And then, sudden silence. The dull thud of dropping bodies proclaims their fate. It appears the servants were part of Lady Navigator's rite, as it was for her predecessor. I will arrange for the bodies to be removed from the Sanctum Navis after the ritual, or what is left of them. Rogue Trader, I fear I have unfortunate news. Endless blackness has spread across the canvas, dividing what should be whole in two, and my sight cannot glimpse the light of the Emperor as clearly as before. I cannot turn around my brush, only draws me onwards. The way is blocked. You hear a heavy exhale, rustling fabric and metallic clicking. By the Emperor's grace, the ritual was successful. Your vessel's temperament presented a challenge. Its cold steel grip did not allow me to breathe freely even for a second. It was as if the depths of the ship housed not only machine spirits, but something other. Now I will retreat to my chambers to recover my strength. Send for me if you have need of me. Lord Captain, congratulations on acquiring a navigator. Spare me a few moments of your time, please. There are several matters that require your attention. First of all, I want to report on the condition of the station Urak 5. Had you opted to begin your visit to the Rykad system with a different destination, the station could have become critically unstable. Fortunately, the decision to immediately visit the representatives of Navis Nobilite bought us precious time. We can either send our forces to disassemble the station and procure technological components for our own vessel, or attempt to save as many valuables as we can. The thing is, I want loot. But if I can get upgrades to my ship to let me get more loot, then that's another story. Also, I wonder if there's like ship combat in this. I guess we'll find out, because there's probably going to be pirates. Components. Gather any components that may be of use on the ship. As you command, Lord Captain. With your permission, I would also like to remind you that we are still looking for an Engine Seer Prime. Both the vessel and its machine spirits are in desperate need of oversight by an experienced tech priest. We are also missing some crew, and much more importantly, we have not yet located Heinrich van Kalox, the right hand of the Lord Inquisitor. Now we know for sure he was not at Urak 5, so keep this in mind when making any future plans. Thank you, Vigdis, that will be all for now. As it pleases you, Lord Captain. Whee! Lord Captain, there is some commotion on the officers' deck. The Lady Navigator has left her quarters and is currently in the wardroom, where uninitiated crew members are shunning her in terror. Perhaps you should find out what has brought Cassia to the deck. Fine. Maybe she ran out of paint.
Lord Captain, my apologies. I did not notice your entrance.
Voice acting! Yay! I see you are fond of reading.
Oh, this. I found this fascinating read on one of the shelves, and I must say, it has caught my eye. Its every chapter is written in verse. I find it so beautiful and enrapturing. Urak 5 had a vast archive of its own, of course. Although most of the works within had to do with scholarly disciplines of some sort or another. Only in my sparse moments of respite was I allowed to escape into the pages of more embellished works.
Cassia gently brushes the dust off the cover with her thin, clawed hand. Her eyes filled with longing after reminiscing about her lost home. The events that took place on Urak 5 must have shaken you greatly. Are you well?
One should not underestimate the navigators of House Orselio, Lord Captain. Like a shawl of pale smoke, a faint malaise hangs upon my shoulders, but it will not be the slightest hindrance to my duty to humanity, and my duty to you.
Cassia's response is reserved and pointedly decorous, clearly intended to create a distance between you. Your only attendant is your valet from Urak 5. Do my servants not measure up to your standards? That they're all going insane.
No. It is not that at all, Lord Captain. It is just that Uwe is quite capable of carrying out his duties by himself. He is well accustomed to my whims and preferences.
Ooh. It's a pity one again. I have had to roll a D100 and get under a 125. Cassia cringes ever so slightly, adjusts the adornment on her forehead, and awkwardly hides her clawed fingers in the folds of her clothes. The unnatural appearance of navigators often becomes the topic of gossip among lowly servants and officers alike. It is unsurprising then that Cassia prefers the company of one who is used to how she looks. I hope that you have had ample time to calm yourself and your powers.
There are people on this ship who are far more impulsive and dangerous to others, and far less devoted to the God Emperor than a herald of the Navis nobility. But I did not need your words to see the shades of umber unease that whirl around your subjects whenever I am near. Were I not acquainted with such a reaction, I could have found their behavior and your question just now insulting.
There's an ad break about to start. There it goes. Twitch, there we go. So I'm going to stand up and stretch a little bit because I've been sat down for 6 hours pretty much, except when I went to get snacks and went to go pee. But you get the idea. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back and we'll just wait this other 35 seconds. Okay.
Lord Captain, would you kindly explain to me why you are pestering me with these questions? Inquiring about my mood and my needs, showing an interest in the books I am enjoying? You are behaving as if you possessed a shred of fellow feeling for one such as I. I beg your pardon, Lord Captain. That was no way for a navigator to conduct herself.
Frightened by her own words, Cassia covers her mouth, pales, blushes, then pales again, and hides her face behind the cascade of her snow-white hair. I honestly want to do one or two. I think he's fairly sure there's no romance options in this game. But we barely know her. But this is like, it's like romance, but kind of not. I'm going to go for 2. You have nothing to apologise for. Human emotions are natural, be they good or bad, and it is just as natural to share them with others.
Please forgive me. I cannot even understand myself right now. Your words and attention have reminded me of life on the station, of Theobald and Felek. I do not understand. They were merely the keepers of Urak 5. So why do memories of those two make me feel a strange heaviness here?
Places a hand on her breastplate.
At the same time, I find myself overwhelmed with new excitement and anticipation. At last, I have set foot outside my familiar walls, and into a world that I have only seen before in the pages of books. Your ship alone is a treasure trove of remarkable artifacts and curiosities. And just imagine the things that await beyond, but my delight must seem childish to you, surely. In your heart, you must be finding all this quite amusing.
Damn. I thought there was no romance. Jesus. Right, number 1. I'm not going for that one. I would not dare to make fun of a lady's feelings, especially not one who has captivated me since I first set eyes on her.
Words like that, Lord Captain, could easily be misconstrued. You should familiarize yourself with some of the works in your library to learn the appropriate manner of conversing with a lady.
So, option 2 then? Sorry. Struggling to maintain an expression of polite indifference, Cassia covers her burning face and swiftly exits the room. God damn, she teleported. Just don't do the Imperial Fist thing and teleport into a wall. How to express your feelings to a noble lady. Wait, what? Okay. I inadvertently chose the right option, I think. Oh, we're here. I remember this place. However, I remembered more to loot. Anyway, to the bridge. She's still my favourite companion so far, as zealous as she is. But there might be a new favourite. Okay, so strictly speaking, I could probably go and talk to Idira. Oh, she's on the bridge as well now. Okay.
Of course.
Yeah, you don't want to say any more. So everyone's going to be on the bridge at least, by the looks of it. Hey, Sister Argenta.
Greetings.
Goodbye, Sister Argenta. Now, whereabouts are you? Oh, literally right next to me. The valet flinches at your approach. A silent greeting escapes his lips because he has no tongue.
Words cannot describe how boring the bridge is without our stimulating conversations.
Go on. Tell me about yourself.
I am a part of House Orselio, an ancient dynasty of the Navis nobility. Since time immemorial, our family has served to advance knowledge, pushing at the boundaries of the dark unknown. The Starway Atlas contains 2,843 routes that chart the sectors of the Segmentum Obscurus and reach all the way from the Coronis Expanse to Holy Terra.
Listen in silence.
And uniting the Imperium's thousands of worlds. House Orselio is bound by commercial pacts to houses Galeatis, Ortina, Drotus, and... There is a dark blue knot tightening on your neck, Lord Captain. I can see my reply is not satisfying your thirst for knowledge. What is it you desire to hear exactly?
Allow me to ask you a few personal questions. Actually, no, sorry, Cassia, but I would like to know more about you personally, not your family.
You wish to know about me? I suppose I can help you with that. What would you like to know?
So you've never lived anywhere other than Urak 5?
Hardly. According to the chronicles of the house, I was born on one of the Orselio worlds. Oh, what was it? Please forgive me, Lord Captain. My childhood memories are too vague. Sometimes I dream about the colorful birds that built their nests in the garden, or the servants dressed in purple livery, or the blue fog that rolled over the lowlands behind the palace. But everything is covered in a rosy haze. Perhaps it is my imagination, not my memory, that is painting these pictures.
Tell me about your life on the station.
My stay on the station was wholly dedicated to preparing me for my future duty. Astromancy, astrography, numerology, the histories of my house and the Imperium, as well as other disciplines. For many years, dozens of instructors tirelessly prepared me for my destiny. And once a year, Great Regent Alronto would come to the station. He would entrust his beautiful vessel to my command, so that I could master the practical aspects of our art as well.
Did you have friends, someone you could turn to for a simple conversation, not a discussion of yet another lecture?
The Regent gave me a bird from a sunlit planet once. I tried to befriend it and make it sing, but for some reason, it refused, and died soon after. The instructors were too respectful of my duty to my house to waste precious time on idle chatter. Aside from them, there were only servants on the station. And you know they have their vocal cords removed, so they cannot break their vow of silence. And since the subject has been breached, Lord Captain, why do you not follow this honored tradition? Your decks are so garish. Apologies, I meant noisy. The rabble don't just chatter. Sometimes they shout and even sing. Why do you allow such a lack of restraint? Rogue traders are highborn, are they not?
Jesus Christ. You have a point. It's about time we made the decks quieter. I will have the lower ranks stripped of their vocal cords. I'm going to do this. A ruler cannot maim people just because it is in his power to do so. On the contrary, it is the duty of every ruler to look after his subjects.
Your words sound amazingly blasphemous. If a ruler's duty dictates the need for violence, would dispensing it not be their responsibility? I will contemplate your answer in solitude.
Your third eye, do you always conceal it?
The Navigator's open eye is baneful to whoever the warp's ruinous shine falls upon, and therefore it is the symbol of our power. We are the guiding stars of humanity, found worthy of an uncommon gift, and one of the duties that we bear is to guard our eye, even from wayward glances that may bear evil. Besides, I am aware that lesser servants of the Imperium may find our appearance repulsive. The Navigator gene twists the features the rabble are used to seeing, and the magnificence of our role cannot be grasped by their feeble minds.
You are beautiful, Cassia. Do not let anyone or anything convince you otherwise.
Lord Captain, you are overstepping the bounds of propriety.
I don't care. What does it feel like to guide a vessel through the warp?
It may be difficult to describe. You see, every navigator perceives the warp differently. My mentor, Great Regent Elronto, always described his travels through the Immaterium as a journey through a vast wood with countless paths. And I, assisting him in the first voyages, futilely tried to follow his example. But the wood would not reveal itself to me. But everything changed when I found my own key to this mystery. You see, I've always brightened up my rare moments of leisure time by painting. You may recall there was a workshop in my chambers. As soon as I imagined the warp as a blank canvas, an indescribable feeling came over me. I moved the brush, going deeper and deeper into my own painting. Visions were hidden within the vibrant colors of my palette, and something inside me knew which should be brought out and which should be left behind. I woke up several days later, after the voyage was safely complete.
I noticed that your love of painting is reflected in your speech as well. You associate so many images with hues and colours.
The Emperor graced me with a gift. I can see inner life in addition to the mundane. You cannot know that a fruit has rotten from the inside until a blade slices it in two. I can see the rot from far away. It roils like swamp mud, oozing through the bright peel. Anger and boredom, sadness and joy. Everything that people shut away inside themselves is revealed to me like colors on the canvas of my world.
Why don't we talk about something else?
You will hear no objection from me, Lord Captain.
Tell me about House Orcelio.
As the only voice of our family on this vessel, it is an honor. As long as your questions are courteous, I will answer every one of them.
I take it... Ooh, hang on. Is the Orcelio prophecy system named after your ancestor? Oh, I had a good chance of doing that.
You are shrewd indeed. My ancestor charted that route while fleeing the enemies of humanity. They say the Emperor himself was his guide, because the warp expelled their vessel without a single loss. Unfortunately, the lips of those who relate this tale seep with disgusting green hubris. I think Colleen Orselio was simply a skilled navigator.
I take it House Orselio has a rich history.
Oh, yes. The navigators of the house came to the Coronis Expanse fairly recently, a mere 208 years ago. Before that, our ancestors expanded the borders of humankind's dominion for the glory of the Emperor, blazing trails to different corners of the galaxy.
Who rules the house?
Just as a rogue trader stands at the head of a protectorate, a Novator heads a navigator house. It is the Novator who decides where to look for alliances and which path their bloodline is destined to tread. As for our house, the transfer of power to a successor is currently underway. In the meantime, Great Regent Auronto Orselio is ensuring the stability of the house.
Yay. You lived in seclusion on a closed station until Felix committed his sabotage, so then you must be the Novator's successor.
So says Regent Auronto. Nothing is decided yet. Some people in the house become enshrouded in rolling grey clouds at the thought of me becoming the Novator. But even more are bound with dull leaden chains. They think I am not ready for such a burden.
With your permission, I would like to talk about something else.
By all means.
What does your special sight reveal?
Sister Argenta shines like a guiding star, inspiring resolve in those around her, seemingly inexplicably. However, I see a dark and ugly fog billow behind her, contrasting sharply with her shining light. It burdens the Sister of Battle. It drags her down. Yet Argenta herself is hardly aware of it. Seneschal Viserion is among the few whose colors are a pleasure to look at. Whenever the Seneschal speaks, heavenly crystal clarity spreads around him. And whenever he is angered, dark blue clouds condense over him. And in his rare moments of joy, a pure gleam of sunset pink caresses the souls of those near him. Out of your entire retinue, Lord Captain, he is the only one I would trust with my life. Idira's emotions are like a maelstrom, bright, unbridled, enveloping her form like a wondrous kaleidoscope of colors. And as dangerous as a twisting warp storm. The riot of colors hides the truth from my eyes. What exactly is driving this woman? Is it her own will, or is it the Immaterium, Lord Captain?
Fuck if I know. Let's talk about us, shall we?
Right here? Are you sure?
We have a relation. What? Let us discuss other things.
Of course. Let us turn from personal matters to more pressing concerns.
Is there romance? Sure. This is where I must beg my leave.
I have enjoyed your company. Thank you for the conversation.
Because they were talking about not having romance at all. So we're still missing a few people. Idira's not in this picture. Lord Captain, sorry to disturb you. Victus pauses as if listening to something. It's pandemonium outside the bridge gate. One of the officers seems to be demanding an audience with you in person. I think I hear Master Versarion's voice. In any case, I wanted to warn you in advance. Okay. Sup? As I turn my chair. The everyday sounds of the bridge are disrupted by voices raised in anger. Abelard's voice the loudest of all. This is not the conduct of an officer. These are the antics of a highborn brat out on a lark. Explain yourself, Lieutenant. The young woman standing before Abelard strives with all her might not to quail under the onslaught of her superior's anger. She falters, but then manages to look him in the eye and say, I apologize, sir, but I must speak to the Lord Captain. Very well, Lieutenant. You may address the Lord Captain, not least because I see you have already seen fit to disturb him. Your unauthorized appearance on the bridge and display of belligerence toward a high-ranking officer will be logged on your personal file without delay. Lord Captain, Lieutenant Avrilla Vent, requesting permission to speak. Vent falls silent and then adds rashly, on a matter of extreme importance and urgency. Jesus. It's like, punish them. You have 1 minute, go. You may speak, but I want to hear a report, not a shouting match. Having two officers bickering in full view of the bridge is unacceptable. I am sorry, Lord Captain. I thought that drastic times called for drastic measures. Vent exclaims hotly. This matter cannot wait. Any minute now, an assault unit will be dispatched to the lower decks on orders to crush the workers' strike by any means necessary. But I am convinced that this step is unwarranted and that the crisis itself was provoked by the actions of one of the senior officers. Vent is almost trembling with tension as she delivers her speech, her face extremely pale. Abelard, in no hurry to intervene, lets out a sceptical huff. Lord Captain, I urge you to investigate the actions of Seneschal Wasserian and to intervene in what's happening on the lower decks, because very soon we will have a mutiny or a massacre on our hands. Vent reels off the last words as though she knows them by heart. She's clearly been preparing to say them for some time. When she is finished, she casts an anxious glance at Abelard, then at you. There's an insurrection in the making aboard my ship and no one has informed me? I would not deem it a problem worthy of the rogue trader's attention. The lower decks, as it so happens, are in revolt. 30-some years ago we even had a revolutionary leader rise up who dared to establish workers as rule across the entire ship. It took a month to restore order, but even 8 years later we are still battling rumours that the hero had survived his execution and was on the verge of gathering people to fight against tyranny once more. Abelard scoffs. Needless to say, the rumours were baseless. As for the current situation, we have sufficient enforcers to deal with it. But on this ship, the word of the Lord Captain carries more weight than a salvo from 100 bolters. I'm sure that if the rogue trader addresses the malcontents directly, he will quell the unrest. I dread to think what problem you will disturb the rogue trader with next. Perhaps you will ask the Lord Captain to break up brawls in the mess room. I have already given you the means to resolve this problem. You simply need to use them. If I may, your lordship, sending a hit squad to crush the rebellion is a means of ignoring the problem, not solving it. How did all this start? The situation could boil over at any minute, so I'll give you the condensed version. It all began when the enforcers found a cultist amulet on the body of someone who'd been killed in a drunken brawl. We reported it up the chain immediately, arranged for a cleansing rite to be performed, and opened an investigation. No heretics have been found alive, but the search has brought tensions between enforcers and workers to a head. Where does Seneschal Wasserian come into all this? I shall explain, Abelard intones grimly. I beg you to hurry, time is running out. I will not hurry, since my competence is under scrutiny. I shall speak for as long as I see fit. There is an established order to the way things are done on this ship, and one of the pillars of that system is that the rogue trader's attention is not distracted by trivial matters. It is the Seneschal's role to ensure that I have always handled internal problems myself. So, of course, when I received information about cultists hiding on the lower decks, I took the matter in hand. So long as I live, not one of the vermin who murdered Theodora von Valancius will find refuge on her ship. You were far too heavy-handed, Seneschal Versarian. Arrests, interrogations, mass punishments for entire sectors. It has driven the people to the brink. Vent says bitterly. Now there is a strike on the lower decks. In Depot 4, to be precise. 3 worker clans are involved, but many more are passively supporting them. The situation could degenerate into an all-out insurrection. But when I reported my concerns, the only response I received was an order to dispatch an assault unit and crush the strike with maximum force. Abelard, what do you have to say to all this? I see no need to add anything. I acted within the remit of my authority, guided exclusively by the best interests of your protectorate and your personal safety. If you wish to confirm the rectitude of my actions for yourself, I have no objections. For my part, I urge the Lord Captain to go down to the lower decks, stop the assault unit, and speak directly to the people. You will see that they are not lying or harbouring heretics. That way you will stop the uprising before it begins. What is Depot 4? Depot 4 is one of the poorest sectors on the lower decks. It is home to clans of general labourers. They are not as valuable to the ship as the families who have served its specialised systems for generations. They are an easily replaceable resource, and one which is now more besides, giving succour to cultists and minions of the archenemy. Depot 4 is poor and troubled, but at worst that means drunken fights and illegal rotgut brewing. We have handled the workers of Depot 4 in the past. We would have done so again if the crackdown on Depot 4 hadn't been so harsh. And another important point to bear in mind, the problem is not limited to this sector. It is located on one of the most populated lower decks, and everything that happens there has a knock-on effect on all the neighbouring sectors. I'm actually going to do number 4. I am certain the Seneschal was acting within his authority, but I will verify the soundness of his decisions for myself. Throne preserve you, Lord Captain. I thank you for your support. Abelard grits his teeth slightly. An enterprise bordering on the sophomoric, but please yourself, Lord Captain. However, I categorically insist that I escort you. Oh, we'll be going down with our party. All of them. I have to take... I see. I have to take you. So it looks like there is space for a 6th party member. So it's going to be the same as Pathfinder, which is awesome. I need another party member. I think I'm going to love this game so much. Except for the slight bugs that we've had and some lack of clarification. Whoa, it flipped me around. Hey, it's Versarian. Take that, scum. Look who it is. This is all his fault, all of it. Did you just throw acid at him? Abelard reflexively wipes the sweat from his brow in a startlingly human gesture, and a telling one, a rare moment where he allows his age and wariness to show through his armour-like veneer of self-assurance. The lower decks are a source of endless problems. Sometimes I dearly regret that we cannot replace all the locals with servitors. Did you hear they were shouting your name? Of course they were. The organization of the daily routine life of the ship rests upon my shoulders. The mountain of challenges and problems from which I endeavour to insulate you, Lord Captain. The situation on the lower decks has been a cause for concern, and I have intervened personally on more than one occasion. That must be why they remember me. They do not know your face. To them you are akin to a creature of legend, one who has stood on the steps of the Golden Throne no less, whereas I am the man whose name is attached to every order docking rations or lowering a bay's heating. Okay. The people dared to disrespect a senior officer? They would not have the chance to express such disrespect if we were not here, and if the situation had been dealt with by the relevant officers, Abelard grimaces. It is a junior officer's worst failing, to pass problems up the chain of command. I have never been able to abide it. I shall say it again. It was a mistake to come here on Lieutenant Vent's whim, Lord Captain. I must admit that the lieutenant is by no means the worst material for an officer, Abelard adds peevishly, but in the name of terror, the girl is the same age as my eldest great-granddaughter, and she has the gall to tell me how to manage the lower decks and hunt down cultists. It will be another 20 years at least before she can be trusted to act without oversight. Let's keep moving, we need to get to the bottom of this. As we zoom out. Okay, something resembling a nest made out of the thermal insulation material. This must be where the workers sleep between shifts. Yeah, it's not going to be the most ideal stuff. A valve.
I always keep my options open.
I guide humanity between the stars.
Can't click the valve. At all. Just it highlights but it doesn't do anything, so it's probably a case where I need to trigger something to allow me to go in there, or it's just decoration because there's a bunch of them.
I'm still new to the art of exploring.
Emperor Savers and Keepers, this is depressing.
Rise to the top, or get left in the dust.
Okay.
I always have a backup plan.
I'm looking for loot, and I saw it there. Greetings, your graces. Give me everything. What even was that? Machine right set. Oh yeah, expendable item. Inside the box, a string of scratched letters runs along the edge. Different first names but the same surname. Looks like this box has been passed down in the family from generation to generation. So the valves definitely look like they're just decorational. But they're probably highlighted because maybe... Wow, nobles from the upper decks down here to see us. But maybe there is places where they need to be highlightable.
Keep your wits about you.
Yay. Avrilla Vent, there she is. Ooh, hang on. I have something I can click here. Huge pipes, the arteries of the ship, run through many bays, delivering air, water, heat, and the propulsive force of steam. Steam.
Is there money to be made?
First I thought that I needed to do the valves so I could walk through here. Guess not. Oh, hi. The sounds of a heated discussion reverberate through the ship's bays. Lieutenant Avrilla Vent of the ship's enforcers is barring the path of a heavy-built assault unit officer, and judging by their expressions and tone, the standoff has dragged on for some time already, and has now reached boiling point. I have my orders to put an end to the unrest and purge this sector. You can take your orders and shove them. This is my deck and my sector. There are only 3 people who can waltz in here without my express permission. The first officer, the rogue trader, and the Emperor himself. So not all my lessons fall on deaf ears. Abelard mutters in crabby approval. He does not clarify whether he means Lieutenant Vent, the officer looming over her, or both. Your Lordship, noticing you, the 2 junior officers snap to attention and salute their subordinates following suit a moment later. What's the situation? Your Lordship, my people have locked down the bay where the strikers are, including their leaders. We have the situation under control as far as resources allow. I want to speak to the strikers. Abelard's mouth twists, but he restrains himself and says nothing. Right you are, Lord Captain. Allow me to wish you good luck. Hope gleams in Lieutenant Vent's eyes. Okay. I want to... Oh, cool, they didn't go in. Oh, maybe they did. A dozen pairs of eyes stare apprehensively at you. The people before you are typical inhabitants of the lower decks. You take in their simple clothing, crude weapons, and faces that display varying levels of mutation, from the barely discernible to the strange, to the outright grotesque. Yeah, at least they know to bow. A whisper passes through the crowd, and you detect a mixture of fear, astonishment, and joy in their reactions. Finally, 3 people break away from the crowd, an elderly woman and 2 men. These must be the leaders. They bow clumsily before you. Lord Captain, you've come down to us? Tell me what is troubling you. Why are you striking? I want to understand them. I'm not going to be like, I was attacked, shoot them. Striking? That's news to us, your lordship, says a tall, thin man in worker's garb. All we're doing is asking questions, saying what we think. Shut up, Rivet, snaps the old woman, who turns her hostile dark eyes on you. Here's the deal, your lordship. Your damned enforcers are all over us down here. They say they're looking for cultists. One wrong word and they're reaching for their batons. If they want to punish someone, they turn off the heating to whole bays for a week at a time, so we get sick and freeze. In my clan, 2 little ones died from inflammation in their lungs, all because of those enforcers. The old woman spits on the floor and rubs at the spittle with the toe of her worn-out shoe. Argenta does not interrupt the workers, but you see the sadness well in her eyes when the children's deaths are mentioned. She quietly whispers a requiem prayer and makes a sign over herself. It's all true. Vent is the only enforcer officer who stood up for us. It's clear as day who had a mother from the lower decks and who grew up amidships and has no fellow feeling towards us. The grim man with a scarred face throws up his arms. Your lordship, we're no villains here. We're honest workers, your servants. We've plotted no disorder, we went on strike openly, and now we've got guns pointed at us. All we're doing is asking to be allowed to work in peace, without being harassed. Persecution started apropos of nothing, you said? I was told that one of you was found in possession of a cultist amulet, and that there are heretics hiding here. Cultist amulet? What's that? The gewgaw they found on the dead drunkard? If it was something evil or forbidden, we sure didn't know. The enforcers just said they were looking for heretics among us, and anyone obstructing their investigation would be punished. But how could there be heretics here? We know our own people. There have been no new faces around. Definitely not, and if there were, we'd be the first to report them. And as for this amulet, or whatever it is, they took off a dead body. There are no cultists still breathing in our sector, that's for sure. But when that fight broke out, some enterprising folks looted the bodies. The boots they came back with... Nobody's ever tread these decks in boots so fine. I can tell you that. Seems to me these cultists are better commanders than us. Oh yeah, those boots were really fine, and there was no harm in taking them, right? As for the amulet, it must have been pocketed by someone who didn't know any better. We don't need any amulets around here. We all worship the Emperor. And when we're working, we bow down before the machine spirits of the large and small transformers and the servo motor. The same way my grandfather was taught 100 years ago by a tech priest who came calling. Believe us, your lordship, we are people of faith. Naive children, weren't you taught from an early age about the dangers of the archenemy's creations? Weren't you warned that any unfamiliar object could be one of them? We were told, Holy Sister, but it was long ago. The last time we saw a confessor in our sector, it was just after I'd had my third little one. That is regrettable, but you cannot lay the burden of leading a righteous life on the shoulders of the Holy Fathers. Who will you blame when beasts crawl out of those amulets you stole from the heretics? The Holy Father who was not there, or the scavengers who brought evil down upon himself and his neighbours? Abelard, do you have anything to add? I authorize the use of all necessary measures to locate Chaos worshippers hiding in this sector. The specific steps taken by the officers were not reported to me. Abelard frowns, clearly disgruntled at having to explain himself in the workers' presence. Nevertheless, I am certain that their actions were justified. Cultists are no drunken stevedores. They are the enemy and the threat to the ship. Neutralizing them demands decisive action. We were attacked on the way here. How do you explain that? Here's an explanation for you. The people have been pushed to their limit, and now they're lashing out. As if we don't know why these top-deck units are being sent down here, like that one that the lieutenant won't let past. Our clans are all inside the bay that's been sealed off, but the lower decks are big. I'm sure there are some people who've had just about enough. We're getting it from all sides. The soldiers have encircled the ones who've risen up. A death squad has just arrived. It's no wonder folks are lashing out. Awareness test. That I couldn't fail. Their words seem sincere to you. Their body language and their glances traded between them revealed that the news of the attack has shocked them. What changes do you want? Would you look at this? The exalted Lord Captain himself is asking us bilge rats what we want. Well, here's what. We want you to rein in your damned enforcers, to quit turning off the heat, and to stop battering everything that moves. No, that's not it. We want the enforcers gone from here, and we want to be armed. Give us arms and we'll govern ourselves. We'll defend ourselves if these cultists do show their faces. I've been leader of my clan for 20 years now. Getting rid of these club-wielding thugs can only improve things around here. You've gone too far, old man. They'll never let the maggots on the lower decks live without the enforcers breathing down their necks. They probably even insist on enforcers on the upper decks too. As for weapons, what do we need them for? Before the first day's out, we'll have someone shooting their neighbour out of stupidity or drunkenness. We don't need that. If the enforcers stopped hassling us, that'll be enough. In return, we'll find the scavengers who robbed the cultists' bodies and we'll talk to them, one lower decker to another. If there are any more of those damned amulets about, we'll hand them over to the enforcers ourselves. You speak for yourself and your clan, and I'll speak for me and mine. I don't want empty gestures, I want real change. They'll promise us the world now, but as soon as the Anointed One turns his back, these brutes will be on us even harder than before, all because we dared to speak out. The tall worker's eyes dart between the two arguing leaders. Every few seconds he opens his mouth as if planning to agree, but each time he falls silent, simply making a few vague noises of approval. You could just straight up give them guns. Thoughts, Abelard? The story about going scavenging for boots and accidentally picking up a heretical amulet doesn't convince me. These people were moments away from rebelling and possibly becoming minions of the archenemy. We must not give them what they want. Even if they did acquire something innocently, purely out of their own stupidity, that does not mean they are not tainted with corruption. What begins as petty thievery can turn into a far graver problem. I have seen it before. Abelard's face darkens momentarily. In my second war, there was a sergeant in the Imperial Guard regiment that was stationed nearby. The sergeant took an ordinary pocket knife from the body of a heretic, and his whole unit lost their lives for it. When they finally managed to break into the barracks, they found not a single survivor, only the pocket knife, which had grown through all the rows of beds like a metal-choking vine. So when it comes to scavengers, malcontents, strikers, or whatever they'll turn into next, my verdict is simple. Give them no quarter. Jesus. I'm going to do coercion. 90... I better not roll a nat 1, essentially. Spreading anarchy on the ship is the first step toward embracing chaos. Putting weapons into untrained hands would be even worse. What's more, the enforcers are needed to maintain oversight and order. Withdraw those demands and we will consider the rest. What did I roll? I rolled a 95. I almost rolled that nat 1. Jesus Christ. The tall worker they call Rivet shrugs and casts a sidelong look at the old woman. Old Nan, listen, listen. The Lord Captain himself has come down to us and is offering concessions, and I don't know a single person in the whole of Depot 4 who's ever stood next to the road trader, let alone talk to them. Back down, now's no time for you to be stubborn, old crone. Listen to us, old Nan. The 3 clans of Depot 4 ought to act as one. We've made our minds up. It's your turn to decide. Don't ask them to disband the enforcers or give us weapons. We don't need any of that. The old woman hisses in dissatisfaction. You two are ganging up on me, is that so? So brave you are against an old woman. But I'll shut up, I will. Indeed. I won't go against 2 clan leaders on my own. If you want to make peace with the enforcers, make your peace. That's great, just fantastic. Lord Captain, we're all agreed. You just eliminate them now, after all that. Then it's decided the persecution will stop, and I will expect you to assist in locating any remaining amulets or weapons left by the cultists. Your lordship, thank you. You have not abandoned us lower deckers. You came yourself and settled everything. I'll tell my grandchildren about this. Of course, your lordship. We'll root out any nasty business faster than the enforcers, and we'll leave no stone unturned. Any loot? That's what I want to know.
Always keep your eye on the price.
Loot check.
My vault site reveals something.
Hey. This page is where the start of each shift is marked. The last mark is missing. The workers went on strike.
Let us not dawdle.
Oh, what's this? Goods that belong to me, the Lord Captain? Oh, you will not miss them.
I always keep my options
That's
open.
an order. Oh, wait, this place goes... Ah. There is someone behind there as well.
Keep your wits about you.
This is a door. I should be able to open it. As long as it's not to the outside of the ship. There's a severe lack of goods down here. I am disappointed in the amount of loot that they have. But fine, let us go back up. That's
Rise to the
one
top,
crisis
or get left in the
averted.
dust.
Stopping unexpectedly, Abelard imperiously dismisses the unit to stand at a distance and addresses your other companions, saying, I have an urgent matter to discuss with the Lord Captain. Please give us a moment. Abelard looks at you, and his last vestiges of restraint vanish. Well, are you pleased with your investigation, Lord Captain? You kowtowed to the disloyal rabble. You believed their lies and showed them leniency. Next time the ship is attacked by cultists, that rabble will welcome them in open arms and allow them to wreak whatever havoc they like, because they see you as a weak leader. Is that how you see your future at the helm of the von Valancius Protectorate? These are all terrible, other than the third one. There is some truth to your criticism. I should say so. Abelard heaves a sigh, but he visibly relaxes. You simply needed to trust me. I would have handled the situation myself had you not decided to intervene, Abelard says irascibly. Remember, Lord Captain, Theodora, do you think she ever set one slippered foot on the lower decks? No, she did not. Such matters were left to myself and the junior officers while she dedicated herself to her grand designs for the Protectorate, as any true strategist and rogue trader ought. I'm going to go for this. Maybe if Theodora had spent more time on trifling matters, she wouldn't have wound up dead. There is a new Lord Captain aboard this ship now, and I will not repeat her mistake. Abelard looks at you stunned and exhales loudly. Then he nods curtly. I commend your decisiveness, but I am uncomfortable with introducing new protocols in the midst of a crisis. He's like, damn. You got a point. Shit. And Abelard stands straight at attention. I lost my temper, Lord Captain, and I believe I ought to explain myself. Sure. Abelard speaks slowly, the words not coming easily to him. The prosperity of the von Valancius Protectorate is not just an empty phrase to me. I left the Imperial Navy for the chance to see it flourish. It was the most momentous decision of my life. I did it because I saw in Lord Captain Theodora's deeds the sign of true greatness. Rogue traders do not simply forge new routes and capture worlds. They create order out of anarchy. That creative impulse was entirely lacking during my time in the military. And there's an ad about to start. Any second now. Come on, there we go. So I'm going to wait until I continue this. Bum, 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 bum. Dun, dun. Yeah, I think this game's going to go on a while, and I am looking all forward to it. So I'm probably going to be playing it like most streams. I'm probably going to play it mostly on Tuesday as well, which is my Streamerversary. But in order to have some fun times, I'm going to probably play a different game as well on that day. Maybe 2. Seeing as I've got 12 hours to fill. And we are back. So I left behind everything I had known, everything my family had known. I come from a long line of officers, and I embarked on this incredibly reckless venture. Lord Captain Theodora entrusted me with all the concerns she had no time for. She would go off on her flagship for long periods to distant frontiers, on scouting voyages, and the advancement of the entire protectorate rested on my shoulders. And then suddenly, everything that had been built over years and years began to quake, rattling like a flimsy hangar on a seismically active world. One of the senior officers betrayed us all. The rogue trader was killed, and who knows what is happening on the planets. I tell you this honestly, without fear of appearing weak. All this has come as a grievous blow to me. I am not panicking or grieving because I cannot allow myself to panic or grieve. I am duty-bound to aid the new rogue trader, to aid you, to find your footing as quickly as possible. And to do that, I must insulate you from problems that in the past have been dealt with by tried and tested procedures set out in the ship's regulations. Procedures that were established long ago and have functioned smoothly for decades cannot suddenly be deemed excess to requirements. Man, there's so many options for this. Jesus Christ, you could be so brutal to the poor guy. I think I'm going to do option 2. I understand, but you need to learn how to respect me as your Lord Captain and Rogue Trader. Accept it and start living in the new world, a world where Theodora is gone and where you and I have new decisions to make. Abelard solemnly inclines his head. Yes, Lord Captain. After a moment's silence, he adds, looking at you with interest, your resolve is admirable and demonstrates strong leadership. I shall remember this moment, should my old habits ever begin to creep back in. Hi, Fari, how are you? I hope you're doing well. How is Wasteland in 40k going? It's probably more like Pathfinder in 40k going. It's going well. I am loving it. It has had a couple of bugs, admittedly. I would like a little more polish in certain aspects, but baseline it's great. But I really, really want more voice acting. Please, give me some more voice acting. I need it. I need it. And now, please let us leave the lower decks. If the rogue trader desires to stretch his legs, there are far more suitable places. I liked that moment. Except, I'm stuck.
Is there money to be made?
There we go. Also, there's a lack of loot. I want more loot. I don't care if it's useless. Also, I can't wait to get Ulfar. I think it's Ulfar. Also, is that an Eldar? Or something else? Also, I swear to God, if we get a character that's voiced by Matt Mercer at this point, every single time. Ooh, we leveled up. Hey, nice. Well then, let's level up again. What do we get this time? An ability and a skill. Precise attack. For the next attack against a target affected by an exploit, that target's cover efficiency will be reduced by -5 plus perception bonus times stacks of exploit. This attack will have +5 plus perception bonus times stacks of exploit hit chance. We're rouge traders. I always hate that misspelling. But yeah, rogue traders are great. I've only ever played Dark Heresy when it comes to the TTRPG, but my friends that I played with did play Rogue Trader, because one of them wanted items from Rogue Trader in Dark Heresy that were completely broken. Because he was definitely not a min-maxer. Until the operative's next turn, their allies' attacks also remove exploits and deal plus intelligence bonus more damage. Oh, this one's good. This is what we had from the Master of Whispers. While in cover, the operative gains plus 25% cover efficiency, plus 15 perception, and plus 15 ballistic skill. This effect lasts until the operative moves, does not stack. What is the intimidated effect? The damage dealt by intimidated enemies is reduced. Okay. Dyslexic bullshit, yes. The operative removes -1 exploit from each enemy in a 5-cell radius around a point within 10 cells from the operative. If there is only one enemy in the area, the operative removes all exploit stacks from that enemy. All allies gain +2 times number of removed exploits % armor until the end of combat. The end of combat? If 4 or more exploits are removed, the operative gains plus number of removed exploits damage until the end of combat. Say what? So if I remove 5, I gain 5 damage until the end of combat. And I currently have a las gun that has burst fire. The range is a lot less than this. That seems pretty good, but I kind of want precise attack. And joint analysis. I may give joint analysis to Idera, though. Oh, this is such a tough choice that I want. Skills as well. Oh, I want to take Medicae as a skill. Just to have it unlocked so I can use medikits if need be. Yeah, that's probably what I'm going to take. Do I want to help all of my allies? I'm not sure how much it removes an exploit. Oh, right. It removes all exploits from the target. I'm going to... This just lets me hit easier. But I know there are other talents to affect it. I'm going to take tactical knowledge instead, actually. And I'm going to take Medicae. So I can use medkits now. Yay! Having access to healing. 6 plus Medicaid divided by 5 wounds, so that's 19 health I restore, right? Yeah, I've got 65, so 13. Pretty good. Pretty good. Okay, let's do Cassia next. Choose an ability. Okay. Get back in the fight. The officer encourages an ally who immediately recovers from burning, bleeding, toxin, and stun effects. If the target is under the effect of voice of command, they also gain temporary wounds. Do I have voice of command, or is it this? Voice of command. Okay. Air of authority. The officer increases an ally's resolve by a 2 plus resolve divided by 2 until the end of combat. My resolve. Whose resolve does it use for this? If they under the effective voice of command, they will start their next turn with 1 additional action point. Move, move, move! The officer immediately grants an ally additional movement points equal to fellowship bonus. Why do I have a -1 to fellowship? No. What? Maybe it's because an item I have. No. It was a feat that I had, or a talent, or whatever. Break their ranks. This ability can only target allies who have enemies adjacent to them. Until the start of the officer's next turn, all melee attacks made by the target deal additional damage equal to officer's fellowship bonus divided by 2. Multiplied by the number of enemies adjacent to the target when this ability is used. I'm sorry, what now? Officer's fellowship bonus. Okay. So if I'm surrounded by 2 people, it's just fellowship bonus 5. Okay, take aim. The target's next attack will ignore cover and will have double the effective distance. If the target is under the effect of voice of command, this attack will ignore enemy dodge. Additionally, the damage from this attack can't be reduced below 30 plus 3 times fellowship bonus % for any reason. Okay. Glimpse of Fate. The target gains plus % damage, % increased hit chance on their next attack, dodge on their next dodge, and resistance on their next resistance test. Each of these bonuses disappear independently from each other after being successfully applied. That's cool. Okay, can't get that. What does it do? Decreases Veil degradation by willpower bonus points. All allies gain willpower bonus deflection against all warp damage and damage from psychic powers. Okay, that's good. Reveal the light. A target ally gains to their willpower and toughness until the end of combat. 4 plus Navigator's willpower bonus, so 10. Straight up 10. Show the Path could be great with Abelard, but I don't have Reveal the Light. The Navigator deals from 1 to 6 and extra. Wait, 2 times willpower bonus? She's currently 6. So that's 13 to 30 damage to an enemy. That enemy must pass a willpower resistance test or become immobilized until the start of the navigator's next turn. Immobilized targets do not regain movement points at the beginning of their turn and cannot use abilities that move them or add movement points. Okay. All enemies within a 4-cell radius circle suffer a minus to their willpower and toughness until the end of combat. Jesus Christ. It's a minus 22 penalty. Notch of purpose designates a square. The enemy closest to that square immediately moves up to 4 cells toward it. Multiple enemies are the same distance from that point. All of them move. The targets move even if they are stunned or immobilized. That's pretty badass. 12-cell radius. With this, you can get people out of cover. Oh shit, you force them to attack their allies. Okay. I don't know which one I want. Honestly, take aim, probably. But I do like this because damage. No, I'm going to do Hell in My Gaze. I want damage, I think. Because this was Resolve. This being able to cure those effects is pretty good as well. I may get that later. So then you get... Oh, one of this. Oh, wait. What did I want? So I got Mind Over Matter, which is awesome. Every enemy the navigator has in their line of sight has its dodge and hit chance reduced. But this is a talent, so it just triggers? It's like insanely good. Oh, I also wanted that. You would have so much dodge, Jesus. Guide of Souls would be really good for me moving people. But it needs to be a navigator ability. This would be an officer ability. This would be a navigator ability. I think I'm going to take... Eye of Oblivion. Every enemy the navigator has in their line of sight, which is huge. And it's just passive, which is crazy. My perception is a +5, so it's minus 10% to dodge and hit chance. Yeah, I'm taking that. What does it say is recommended? Doesn't. Okay. Soldier. Choose characteristic. You're locked? Why are you locked? Each take willpower, I guess. I'm going to do agility, though. She's the demolition person. Weapon attacks gain plus 10% armor penetration. We already have it. Oh, you had agility, didn't you? I think I'm going to just take the, where is it? Ballistic skill. Yeah, we get it to 60. Okay. You, another operative. Oh, but you have a bunch of stuff you could choose. Foreboding creates an area that lasts until the start of the Psyker's next turn. All allies within that area gain dodge. 4 plus 2 times Psyker's Psi rating. I have a Psi rating of 1. Their dodge chance cannot be less than Psyker's perception bonus plus willpower bonus. %. Okay. I've seen all of these. I'm thinking of joint analysis for her. All allies that are currently affected by any of the Psyker's powers gain the perfect timing effect. Oh, I can't take it because I need prescience or foreboding. So you get the target gains a bunch of characteristics. Like 6 though at the moment. Prophetic... Oh, it dominates. So look. Target must pass a willpower resistance test with a -5 penalty. Or at their next turn they will spend all their movement points to move as close as possible toward the Psyker. They can act as normal, but all their movement points are spent on moving toward the Psyker. At the end of their turn, the target must make the willpower resistance test again, otherwise they remain under this effect. Okay. Jesus. So they're just blinded no matter what? Or they're blinded and characteristics suffer? And then they need 2 saves. Jesus. Biomancy focuses on manipulating living flesh and biological processes. Biomancers can heal wounds and alter physical characteristics. Oh, this means I get to choose others. Pyromancer is a master of flame, a psycho who is able to create searing infernos out of thin air. Do kind of want to branch out into all of the other things as well. But I think it's going to be a waste. I am going to take Biomancy though, to have a healer in battle, rather than giving her Medicae. Which I think she'll probably unlock it later. However... I think I'm going to take awareness. 70 awareness. Damn. Oh, still one more. You get characteristic. Weapon skill. Next. Chain weapon exploit. What do you do? Chain weapon attacks gain +4 maximum damage. Would have preferred minimum. Character can attack with the second weapon in their current weapon set in addition to the usual 1 attack per round. This attack suffers a -20 penalty to weapon skill and ballistic skill and costs 1 AP more. Honestly, I kind of think I want to give him dual wielding. But his weapon skill is terrible compared to everyone else. Like, oh my god, is it terrible. This gives everyone toughness. Does strength do damage? Affects the damage your character inflicts with melee weapons. Also probably helps athletics. I'm going to take strength. Because I think there's something that requires 45 strength as well. Yeah, you can now use this. 8 to 16 damage. Range is short, but it's fine. Wait, can I? Can, but he doesn't have the dual wielding. Where'd my chainsword go? There we go. Tech use. $69 persuasion. Nice. And then we'll give me back the tech use gloves. 68. Oh, so close. And I think that's it. You have an auto pistol. You could probably use one of these, right? Instead of the auto pistol. Don't know where you're carrying it, but whatever. But I think I'm going to call it there. I've been going for nearly 8 hours. And I will definitely be back for more, probably going similar length tomorrow. But rather than just starting up something now, I'll start it tomorrow. So, thank you all for being here. I appreciate it. I'm going to find someone to raid. And I thank you for all the resubs as well. I appreciate that as well. Oh, Tiger's live. And he's playing a game that I was watching him play last night and I bought it. It's so fun. Though we'll probably not be playing it for a while. He usually does something else. Yeah, let's go and say hi to Tiger. He's currently doing words on stream, but assuming it lets me raid him, but we'll see. So yeah, thank you all for being here. I appreciate it, and I hope to see you all tomorrow for more of this. Did that raid him? That didn't start the raid. Oh, it doesn't let me raid him. Oh. Probably to stop bots, which is the same thing that Dolly was doing. Let's just go and raid KG then. KG's playing Cult of the Lamb, and I know I can raid him. So, let's try this. There we go. Yay, technology. But yeah, thank you all for being here. I appreciate. I'm going to go and get something to eat properly instead of just snacking all the time, and also prepare more for Tuesday for my 12-hour Streamerversary, because yay. But I hope you all have a great rest of the day wherever you are. Bye.